Grand Rising, y'all. It's good to see you here today. Just waiting a little bit. I got a request already. Waiting for just a few more people to come in so we can get this party started. I don't know if you've noticed. Yesterday I posted a question about, what should we talk about in the space. We tend to do, we cover the same type of things. I'm willing to talk about just about anything when it comes to health and wellness. I'm kind of a little bit of a health nut in that way. So if you have any questions or any suggestions, you want to throw them down in the bottom. If you want to grab a mic and come on up and say hello and ask your question, that would be wonderful. So we're just still waiting for a couple of people to join us. So if you feel called to share the room, send out some DMs to your friends, and let's get this party started. I don't plan on having a space longer than like about 3 hours today. I guess it's the weather change affecting me. My sinuses are a little funky today. So I'm doing the sniffy sneezy kind of thing. Neti potted this morning, and I still have this ice peck in the side of my head. So it could be sleeping with the windows open and the chemtrails. It could be the weather change. Who knows? But it's definitely not that fucking COVID bullshit. I'll tell you that much.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How are you today? Prodigal.
I'm good. Hang on, I'm good. I'm driving. Miss
Okay.
my button. Yeah, I had a real fun time coming into Hotlanta this morning. Round the loop, 75 mile an hour. Wrong. Coming out, not so much.
Oh, wow. Be
Wreck,
careful.
wrecks, wrecks and construction, and people got their thumb up their butt. But anyways, we made it out. We're headed up here to Tate, Georgia, to pick up a load of marble to go down to Florida. I mean, or Florida. And I'm going to get to visit, and I don't know if you know her or not, but Ultra Lady Inspector, she lives in Ocala, and that's where I'm going to stop for the night. And her and her husband are taking me out to dinner.
Oh, how much fun. I love that. I love that people are starting to meet each other through these spaces. I think that's absolutely wonderful. I would love to meet. I'd love to have a meetup, like just a big old meetup and have everybody just show up for a few days. I think that would be absolutely wonderful at some point. Yeah.
A few of my friends are going to do a cruise, and also another group are going to do a meetup in South Carolina.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I love that. I love that. So grab some mics, guys. Come on up and talk to us. Grand Rising Robin, I see you. Grand Rising Ellie. Mike, how are you?
Good
Grand
morning.
Rising.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, what-
Coming to you from
good
Houston,
morning.
Texas. I would just like to tell you, Sage, that a little old wives' tale to help with hay fever, asthma. Buy natural honey that is grown and produced locally from the local flowers, the local fauna. It actually helps.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's a fantastic for your allergies. Absolutely wonderful. I don't know if you've been in these spaces before, but you are preaching to the choir. Everyone in this space is like-minded as far as natural remedies and healing ourselves. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Robin. Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. So I was up this morning harvesting some of the herbs
Are
in my
you
garden.
holding your? Are you covering your microphone? I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Try again, Robin. There
Okay,
you
I
are.
forgot I had my headset on, the one that you can't, that doesn't work when I talk. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I got up this morning and I started harvesting some of my herbs before the real cold starts to kick in. And so I was harvesting some sage and getting ready to dehydrate a lot of it, but I had a lot of it left over. And I said, you know what? Let me throw it in a pot with some boiling water and let it sit and steep and drink it as a tea. Now, I've never done that. And I looked up the benefits of sage for, like, as in a tea, and it's quite good, quite beneficial. You've got let's see, antioxidant properties. They help fight off free radicals, damaged cells in the body. It acts as a diuretic for your kidneys and liver and flushes toxins out. And it's loaded with vitamin A, calcium, potassium, magnesium. I mean, it's quite something. Some
Add, add a couple of cinnamon sticks.
what? Huh? Oh, cinnamon stick.
Yes.
Well, I don't have any of those, but I do have cinnamon.
Either way, regular ground cinnamon is good too. But yeah, sage is amazing. It's also really great for menopausal symptoms like hot flashes and things. We talk about this all the time, how we have there are so many healing herbs just in our spice cabinet. And throw some in make a tincture. Throw some in a jar and cover it, go if it's fresh, you can pack that jar all the way up with fresh leaves and pour, some 80 100% 100 proof vodka over it, or I mean, vodka is basically the one that they use, but you could use any liquor, as long as it's a high proof. The higher the proof, the longer it's going to stay, the longer it's going to last. Like, I do my tinctures with 100 proof vodka. So if you get any tinctures from me, they're going to be good for about 5, 6 years. So that's the way to really preserve a lot of the herbs. Make that tincture. Absolutely. Easy
So I
peasy.
wanted to ask you, I do tinctures, and when you had sent me the last tincture of wild lettuce with the fresh wild lettuce so that I could make my own, I did go and get vodka. But given the price of vodka, and I usually like to get the real clean stuff, um, I don't think I can keep doing that. So what is the
Well,
option?
I was doing that. I was buying like organic vodka, the cleanest vodka, and then I said, "You know what? This is ridiculous because I cannot afford to keep doing this." And then I started thinking about it like in the long run and like what it actually is. So when you're taking a tincture, you're actually taking like a quarter of a teaspoon. Like one dropper full is 30 drops, or it's like a quarter of a teaspoon. So it's such a tiny amount. I started saying, "You know what? It's not it doesn't need to be the cleanest, it doesn't need to be the best, right? So when you're looking at like potato vodka, most of the time potatoes aren't really a heavily sprayed a crop, so that's not something that I'm really concerned with. So right now I'm trying to find more cost effective than anything. Like I said, if I were still drinking and I was drinking, glasses of vodka, things like that, I'd be more concerned about whether or not it was organic. But now, because like I said, because we're doing tinctures, we're doing like a little quarter of a teaspoon at a time. I'm not as concerned about it being organic, but I am more concerned about the higher proof. So I use, I think it's called Bartlett's. It might be called Bartlett's. It's a fairly big container of vodka for about $20, and they have it on sale a lot. So that's the one that I use. And like I said, I did start with the organic, but it's just no, I can't. I would have to be charging double what I'm charging if I was using organic vodka at this point. So sometimes you got to weigh the pros and cons with that, right? And like I said, because you're taking such a small amount, it's not as important. The herbs that I'm using are organic. As much as I can buy organic, as much as they're available in organic, I will always buy organic. But like I said, the vodka, it's just potato vodka, and it's just such a small amount. I'm not really concerned about it being organic at this point.
I'm so excited to do thyme. I'm going to do thyme this year. I've never made a thyme tincture. And because during the cold season, I would usually buy it and add it to my honey when the kids get sick or I get sick, and it's so effective to help with the coughing. So I'll definitely be doing that this fall. But
Oh, I
thank you.
love that. So let's talk about those. Okay, so like I said, the best way to preserve your herbs would be put them in a tincture, put them in a vodka tincture or an alcohol tincture. Another way you can preserve them is putting them in apple cider vinegar. Doing herbal apple cider vinegars are absolutely wonderful. It's a really great way of getting the properties from the herbs in the vinegar. I use apple cider vinegar mostly, on salads and things. That's my go-to vinegar. Like, that's the one I'm always grabbing. So, other than fire cider, when you put all the things in and you let it steep for a certain amount of time, you can do thyme vinegar, you can do rosemary vinegar, you can do sage vinegar. There are so many different ways to go about that. And then you can do honey as well. do a little thyme honey. I'm about to do some black seed. I have some black seed. I'm going to ground it up and I'm going to throw it in some honey. I'm going to make myself some black seed honey. So, combining all of these wonderful herbs and spices and honeys and things together, I mean, it's a really great way to get these herbs in your body, right? Other than when you're cooking, liberally get those herbs in there, liberally shake that oregano, shake that thyme, shake that rosemary, the sage, horseradish, one of my absolute favorites, especially for sinuses. I mean, if you take that, right now, I should go downstairs and get some fire cider and really open up my sinuses with the horseradish, really, right? Garlic. I mean, we all know about how great garlic is, ginger, all of it. So yeah, so let's make a tincture. Tinctures is super duper easy to make. It's just a matter of time. You're gonna put them away for a period of time. So, generally when you make a tincture, say you have fresh herbs, what you want to do is take those herbs and you want to pack that jar in as tight as you possibly can with those herbs. Pour that liquor over it. Make sure it's completely submerged. Make sure that, it's really mixed up. It's, all those herbs are underneath the vodka, underneath the liquor. Cap it up. Make sure you label it. I have such a bad habit of not labeling things. And I'm like, oh, I'll remember what that is. Yeah, right.
That happened to me. I have 3 jars of tincture and I don't know what they
Oh my gosh, isn't that funny? I do it all the time. So make sure you label it, make sure you put a date on it. And then you want to put it away in a cool, dry place. And now, you can let a tincture go for about 4 weeks. That'll be great. 6 weeks is better. 8 weeks is even better than that. So the longer you let it sit, the better. So with a fresh herb, like I said, you want to pack that all the way to the top. With a dry herb, what I do with a dry herb, you can go half the jar with the dried herbs, or you can go 3/4 of the jar. I tend to make my stuff really strong. I'm heavy-handed with my essential oils when I make things. I'm a very heavy-handed with my herbs when I tincture them. So my tinctures, like I said, 100 proof vodka, and I pack those jars with herbs. So, and like I said, I mean, easy peasy, and you're taking all of that goodness, all of those benefits, and you're just supercharging them by putting them into that vodka, so that instead of taking an 8-ounce cup of tea, all you need is that little quarter of a teaspoon of that tincture, and you're getting all of those benefits from those herbs. So lots of fun. Make sure you have plenty of room, because when you start, you're gonna want to tincture everything that you can get your hands on. Go ahead, Robin.
That's so true. I did want to say that you were mentioning vinegar, using vinegar and also using the tinctures, but then you could also take, I'm sorry, or also using honey. You could take the vinegar and the honey and make oxymel, which I love. So, you do the half honey and half vinegar over the fresh herbs, and it's like got a kind of like a sweet tangy taste, and you can even use it as a salad dressing, but it doesn't keep as long as a tincture.
Yes, when you add the honey and the vinegar together, you're really shortening that shelf life. Like I'm not one, like, even with fire cider, I'm not one that tends to put honey in my fire cider. I prefer, with my fire cider, I like it really strong. I like it really spicy. I like that feeling of that heat of that horseradish and those hot peppers, like, especially in the winter. When it's really chilly out, and you got that chill through your bones, you take that little shot with the horseradish, with the garlic, with the hot peppers, and it just warms you. It just kind of soothes your soul. I mean, it's just one of those things. And the honey does make it more palatable, especially when you have kids. Kids are not going to want to take that fire cider the way it is. It's very hot, it's very spicy. So you would want to add a little bit of honey for children, to make it more palatable for them to take. Absolutely. But yes, like you said, it does shorten the shelf life quite a bit.
So you can just think of it as a salad dressing or something to cook with, even. So, I mean, if you're going to do that, then you can make use of it before it goes bad. I think it's 2 months for oxymels.
I think so, yeah. But like I said, I'd rather just leave the honey out, or use the honey while at the time, right? Pour in the vinegar, your herbal vinegar, and then add the honey as you go. So this way you can have it for much longer. I do prefer that. And like I said, I love using fire cider and the herbal vinegars as salad dressing. And make sure when you're making anything with vinegar, you want to make sure it's apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's very important that you get it with the mother, that it's not pasteurized, because we know when you pasteurize something, you're basically heating it up and killing everything. So we don't want to do that because there are so many benefits to apple cider vinegar. And you can even make your own. It's super easy. It's called, scrap apple scrap vinegar. You can use either just the apple peels and make vinegar, or you can just, use apples themselves. What happens is when you ferment vegetables, so when you ferment fruits, especially. Okay, well, let's talk about fruits now. Fruits, when you ferment them, you get to a certain point where they're just, a little bit of fermented fruit, right? They have just like a little bit extra something to it. You let it go a little bit longer and you're going to turn into alcohol. Okay, so you get your fermentation and then it goes to alcohol, and then if you keep letting it go past the alcohol, you get to vinegar. So it's super easy to make like wine out of fruit. It's super easy to make all kinds of vinegars out of fruit. I mean, these things, these are just these skills that we just forget about, because it's just so convenient to just go to the store and buy yourself a bottle of apple cider vinegar, and you don't even think about these things. So it's apple season, in a lot of the country right now. So a lot of people are making their apple butters, they're making their applesauce and all kinds of things, because you're getting batches and batches of apples. So when you peel those apples, save those peels, and if you don't have a lot, throw them in a freezer bag, throw them in a Ziploc bag, throw them in the freezer, and just accumulate it. And when you get to a certain point where you have a nice big fat bag of apple peels, then make yourself some vinegar. We need to get back to that, hands on, making stuff at home, taking care of ourselves at home, because, we really can't trust what's going on anymore. I know we can't trust the food that we buy. We can't trust the food that we buy at restaurants. It's getting really crazy. And I just saw it, the People's Voice, I believe it is, did an article about how the FDA wants to replace salt with synthetic salt, like something or another. So, they're going to keep doing this. They're going to keep switching shit out. They're going to keep poisoning us until we finally say that we have had enough. And unfortunately, I don't see that happening anytime soon. So we need to really, focus on ourselves and taking care of, our immediate circles at this point. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, this is harvest time, so yeah, everyone's picking apples, oranges, everything that's ready for harvest. Now it's also the time for, if you're going to be making your apple cider, your and pastries and your stuff. Also make your mead for, if not for this Christmas, but for the following Christmas. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if anyone knows. If you're making tinctures, you can also make mead.
Yes. Yeah, I
I,
don't talk a lot about making alcohol because I am an alcoholic and I've been sober for 14
I
years.
understand.
So it's something that I don't really get into a lot. But yes, absolutely, is a great idea. Ellie, Grand Rising, how are you?
Grand Rising. I'm very well. It's a beautiful morning here. It's
Hey, Sage, have you ever made apple and sage jelly?
Robin, hang on a second. You didn't hear Ellie? She was speaking.
Oh my goodness, no, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Go
oh,
ahead,
thank
Ellie.
you. Good morning. It's a beautiful day here in South Carolina. Um, Thinking about my move a lot, trying to leave it in the hands of my higher power and my higher self, because I'm on um, a very faith-based trajectory right now, um, and I'm here to listen about um, some health and wellness tips, because I'm still having some. I went off of Neurontin probably like a month ago, which I have been taking for quite a number of years. For I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia in 2015. I that doesn't resonate with me anymore. I had never seen a doctor when I was young, and I was an alcoholic too. I was a bartender for like 20 years. Anyway, I quit drinking after my father passed. I went back out and I tried to commit suicide. And then I started seeing doctors, and then I started getting diagnosed with all kinds of things. And I had never put my trust in the doctors before, but everybody was like, "Oh, you need to listen to them." So I listened to them and believed all these diagnoses, and started taking all their medications, all their big pharma crap. And 99% of it was really not beneficial for my body. So anyway, long story short, I've been on a path to try and go off of all of the medications that they had put me on. At one point, I was on like 12, and I gained like 100 pounds in 2 years. I was in bed for a couple years, just in constant pain. And now I realized it was my inability to deal with my grief, and not knowing how to process my emotions, um, that caused all of that physical pain. I believe that when we suppress our emotions, that it will rise up in our bodies. I believe that 100%. I think that's what happened to me. And I'm not saying that other people's diagnoses are not real. That is not what I am saying. I'm saying that that was not what happened with me. I did not really have a physical condition in that was caused purely by my body. Um, anyway, so I went off of the Neurontin about a month ago, and it's been difficult to try and get off of all of those medications. I will tell people to please be very careful, be very mindful, with that, because your body does get used to those medications, and it stops producing some of the neurotransmitters that are created when you take those medications. Anyway, so the Neurontin was like one of the last ones that I went off of, and some of the pain in my lower back has returned. So I'm looking. I'm doing so much stretching and trying to do physical activity that is gentler, more gentle on my body than maybe some of the exercises I could be doing. I was running for a little while, but that's actually making my joints a little more achy, and I'm almost 50, so that makes sense. But I also feel younger than I did 5 years ago, if that makes any sense at all. Like, I literally feel younger. Um, I so I'm looking for natural inflammation reducing herbs, and if you guys do touch on that a little bit more. I've read some things about some herbs and tinctures and things like that, but I don't really I don't really know that anything's worked very well for me thus far. So I'm just going to go ahead and listen for stuff like that. And and I really appreciate you guys having these spaces. They're always beneficial to me. I always hear something that I need to hear in the moment, and I believe that's probably true for everybody. Um, anyway, I hope every single one of you has a blessed day and sees the light that's within you, because I know that I'm not the only one with the light. We are all here. Some of us are chosen to light the way for others, and some of us, we're all here for different reasons. And I tried to put myself in a box for a very long time of someone else's design. So if you're struggling with with living in this world the way that it is, know that you're not broken. You are exactly where you're meant to be, and that I had to face some of the things, like I allowed myself to become a victim of other people's mentalities and thinking. And when I stay true to me, I feel better mentally, physically, and emotionally. And I think God has put me on this path, and it's the God of my understanding. I don't ascribe to 100% of religion. I don't think that's necessary for everyone. There's 8 billion people on this planet. There's 8 billion paths to God. And anyway, bless you all, and I hope to listen and get some good information. And if I can share anything, I'll come back up and speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ellie. I appreciate you sharing yourself with us. I did send you a link about healing fibromyalgia naturally. In the last space, we did have a little bit of a conversation where there are some of us that are of the like mind that fibromyalgia is kind of a catch term for what they don't know how to actually diagnose, right? So, when we talk about inflammation, we always want, and I'm not directing this at you. I'm just saying, like, in general, we want that, like, that one fix. We want that one herb that we can take, or that one pill that we can take, that, like, instant gratification. And we need to, like, start with what we're putting in our bodies. There are so many different foods that cause so much inflammation in the body. You're talking about sugar, you're talking about these seed oils, you're talking about, wheat, grains. Some people have problems with eggs. So, I would love to, I recommend, an elimination diet. I love elimination diets. I think they're fantastic, especially, if you're at a certain point in your health where you're just really not feeling well and you're really looking for your solutions, especially with inflammation. Let's take out all of those foods. There's about 7 different foods that cause problems in the body. And then what we do is we add them in one by one to see which ones are affecting us. And you're going to find out pretty quickly if it's affecting you or not. So that's where I like to start with when we talk about inflammation. The other thing, of course, is we don't have enough nutrition in our bodies, so we want to heal our bodies. Our bodies will heal themselves, but we need to give it the right fuel. I say this all the time. I liken it to, you're not going to drive your ride on mower with orange juice in the gas tank. You're going to put what's supposed to be in the gas tank. So with our bodies are like our gas tank. And we shouldn't be putting in sugary sodas and, tons of fruit juice and, things like that. We should be, drinking water and eating, really good fruits and vegetables that are very hydrating. We should be putting salt in our water. We should be eating just the most nutrient dense foods to start with. But unfortunately, that's not enough. Our food just does not have the nutrition that it had 5 years ago, 10 years ago. What our great grandparents ate was, like, about 10 times more nutritious and more, had more vitamins and minerals in it than anything that we're eating now. So even if you're eating like the cleanest diet you can possibly eat, you have to supplement. And, there's been so much attention paid towards, like, vitamins, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D. And a lot of people for a long time have forgotten the minerals: magnesium, potassium, zinc, copper. These are essential minerals that our bodies need to repair itself, to heal itself, to detox itself, all of these things. So, I recommend, getting those minerals in as well as you can. I recommend sea moss. I recommend herbal infusions, shilajit, fulvic minerals, humic minerals, sea salt. There are a lot of ways, and I like the herbal infusions the best because it's just, you just drinking it, right? So you don't have to worry about it going through your system and your gut, and and your body just absorbs the minerals so fast. And yeah, I mean, that's me. That's what I would recommend. When anybody is not well. Hang on a second, Casey. I'm bringing you up again. Sorry about that. When people aren't well, unfortunately, the first thing that they want to do is they want to detox. They want to do parasite cleanses. They want that one pill cure. There are a lot of people running around, oh, if you buy my program, you buy all my tinctures and my herbs, in 3 months you're going to be, like, completely healed and everything's going to be fucking hunky dory. And then what happens after that 3 months, after you spend $600 or whatever it is, and you go back to just eating the same old garbage over and over again? What's going to happen? Yeah, a year from now, 2 years from now, you're going to be in the same exact situation that you were, but you're going to be about $600, lighter. So there is no one pill cure. There is no, like, one, you take all my stuff and you're going to be absolutely cured and everything's going to be great. It doesn't exist. These things could make you feel better for a period of time, but like I said, if you don't look at the root of what's going on, if you don't look at the fact that you're eating garbage, you're eating sugar, you're eating wheat, you're eating, seed oils on a regular basis, it's gonna happen again. So, that cure, that miracle cure, you're gonna feel great for a short period of time, and like I said, you're gonna go right back to where you started because you haven't changed the important things, the base of what you're putting in your body. Casey, go ahead, sweetheart. Good to see you.
Hey, good to hear you too. Yeah, I just got triggered by Ellie. She said some important things, and one thing I've learned is that yes, your mind and your body are in alignment with each other, and so when your mind is doing something, what we call mental defilements, it has some wrong beliefs or some suppressed things, it can definitely manifest in your body. in the wrist and hand that I broke being a tough guy when I was younger, fighting and brawling. And I went to the meditation retreat, and I was there at about the seventh day. I had, after doing this practice of purifying my mind and my body through my mind, I lost all that pain in my wrist that I'd had for years and years and years, and till today, it's like it's not broken and there's no issues, even though you can physically see that it is and was. And that pain being gone, I mean, what I had realized was, what was in that situation through the meditation. I realized why I created that situation and what was happening. It was all really deep, and I just let it go as it was coming through, and that pain literally left me forever. I've had about 5 days out of 12 years that I've had a little bit of pain one day and just noticed, like, what is that? And then I realized that, oh, my mind is going off, and it's like a signal for me that my mind is coming out of integrity or something like that. It's really amazing how the body follows the mind, and I'm living proof that I have that experience of seeing that shift out of me. And so I love sharing that. The second thing I wanted to say was an amazing anti-inflammatory mix that I've been taking for years with people, or making for people and taking myself when I need to, is white willow bark and ginger and turmeric with black pepper. And you do like a teaspoon of turmeric, teaspoon of ginger powder, and some black pepper. And you only want to take no more than a quarter teaspoon of white willow bark in a day. So you'll do like an eighth teaspoon in that mix. And that mix is phenomenal for taking away pain and inflammation internally.
Yes, white willow bark is phenomenal. Willow bark has the salicin in it that is used to make the salicylic acid for aspirin. So instead of taking the aspirin, absolutely go for the white willow bark, and ginger and turmeric. Fantastic anti-inflammatories. Absolutely. So, Joanne, come on up. Joanne, did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, I have a lot of chronic diseases, about half of which I diagnosed myself. A diabetic, I have MGUS. I diagnosed in myself POTS and Parkinson's. What I need to do because of all the extra diseases is I give a list to my primary care physician, and she draws blood, and twice or oftener a year I get vitamins and other supplements tested in my blood so that I know exactly what the levels are, so I know how much vitamin D to take, how much calcium to take, how much of other things to take. Unfortunately, for example, MGUS, how you get it diagnosed is your calcium metabolism goes out of whack. And once your calcium metabolism goes out of whack, that pretty much throws out everything. So I have to be careful with that. And also because I'm allergic to a lot of foods, the main ones being, of course, gluten, dairy, and soy. So if I eat any of those foods, my intestinal tract lets me know about it. And I'm becoming more and more sensitive to those foods as time continues. So it's unfortunate, but I can't try herbals and other over-the-counter medications, especially like liquids and smoothies that I'd like to try and take, because I have to be careful about the allergies. Otherwise, I end up in the hospital, or I end up losing medications I have to take um, from either end of my digestive tract. I'm sorry if that's too much information. So I have to be really careful about that. But I'm glad to see that so many people are able to keep track of medications and supplements and the connection with the mind body, which is very important. I find for me, if I don't get a full restful night's sleep, I can't get rid of pain unless I get a nice deep sleep and I'm able to relax all my muscles. So I listen to rain, I listen to classical music, and I haven't been in this space before, and I find it very interesting, and I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. I'll be quiet now and listen to the good information. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for sharing yourself with us, Joanne. I appreciate you. Have you tried magnesium for pain relief? Topical magnesium? Do you use that at all?
Um, Topical magnesium. No, I have not.
Okay. Topical
Um,
magnesium, we're extremely deficient in magnesium, and a lot of people, especially if you have an illness and if you're taking, medicines from the pharmaceutical companies, they tend to deplete our bodies of very essential minerals and vitamins. Now, magnesium is one of the minerals that we need the most in our bodies. You know, magnesium and potassium are the two that we need the most of, and that are the hardest to get. So now taking magnesium orally, we're not really getting enough of it that way. So putting it on our skin, using it on the skin, using it as deodorant, putting it on the bottom of your feet, using it on your pain is a really great way of getting that magnesium into your body. It goes right into your bloodstream, and it's a phenomenal pain reliever, like excellent. And I see on your profile you wrote fibro. So magnesium malate is a really good magnesium to take orally for fibromyalgia. It will help with your symptoms. Have you gotten a hair tissue mineral analysis done?
no, I relied mainly on um, blood testing. I haven't had
Okay.
any tissue testing done yet. They're,
Okay. So
they,
it's a non-invasive test where they just take a clump of your hair and they analyze your hair to find out where your potassium is, how much magnesium you have, how many heavy metals you have in your body that you need to work on getting rid of. And it is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many other people, is the most accurate test for your minerals and for your heavy metals. The blood tests do not come up as accurate as the hair tissue tests. So I recommend looking into the hair tissue mineral analysis. I can send you the information and we can have a conversation privately if you'd like. I can give you some other recommendations as far as possibly getting your health maybe a little bit more under control. So if you'd like to do that, just send me a DM and we can have a conversation.
thank you. I've had both potassium and magnesium tested frequently, and the levels have been found good. It started out with the magnesium levels down, but that quickly straightened out in a few months. Um, I haven't heard of the magnesium through the skin. That's in one I haven't heard of. I'll have to check out. And for the hair testing, um, I have so many scans scheduled that I haven't been able to get into that. Um,
All right, just do me a favor. So just jump in my DM so that I'll know. And I will send you links for the hair testing. I will send you links, that you can read about the stuff that I was just talking about. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Grand Rising, Canna. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It's so good to hear you. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. You have to forgive the background noise. I'm bucking weed right now, trying to get everything ready for processing. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. I'm
Oh,
listening.
okay.
You're working
I
a
got, I got,
fantastic job playing with pot all
yeah,
day.
yeah. I got new headphones, so I don't know if they're working real well. So you have to forgive me for all the noise, but I'm trying
Yeah,
to multitask.
it's a little
I,
noisy, but I can hear you. I can hear you clearly. It's good.
okay, we'll have to forgive your audience or ask your audience for forgiveness as well. But it's been a long time. I haven't talked to you in a while, so I just wanted to say hello and see how everything's going.
Everything is good. I cannot complain. It wouldn't help me anyway.
Exactly. We don't need more of that.
Exactly.
That just warps the mind.
Yes, it does.
I want to follow on something somebody had just said. The mind and the body. The mind pushes the body, pushes the mind. So if we keep a positive mindset, therefore our body will want to heal itself because we're staying in perpetual positivity. So we were talking about broken hands a minute ago, and I don't know if anybody's read my posts recently, but I broke my hand about 7 weeks ago. I did not go to the doctor. I just let things do things they were going to do on their own, just a little bit of ice. I rubbed some THC balm on it, which is also a great pain reliever. And I can move my hand just fine. So you don't always necessarily need to go see our good old doctors. They don't always help anyway. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, say hello.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you came up. I have missed you, but I'm really happy for you that you're doing so well with something, with a job that you really love. It's really wonderful. So happy for you.
Yeah, it's been a success. I've definitely found my niche. Um, Everybody loves me. I love what I do. I bounce around. I never get bored. I was just in the garden a minute ago cutting down plants and running them over to hang them. Now they got me doing something else. So it's always something to do. It's a fun industry.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine. Speaking of, I just I had an orange juice before I started the Spaces courses, and on the way home from the post office, I had about 10 minutes before the Spaces supposed to start, and of course I had to stop and harvest some goldenrod on the side of the road.
You what?
I had to stop and forage some goldenrod from the side of the road.
Nice. I got those
Yeah.
the tincture and the topical spray you got. Thank you very much. That also helped with my hand, especially the magnesium.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, I mean that magnesium. I say it all the time. It really is like the best topical pain reliever. I mean, CBD is great too. But that magnesium, it's called the relaxation mineral. So it basically just will relax the muscles, relax the joints, whatever it is. It kind of like chills your jets. Makes you,
Mm-hmm.
if you have a little bit of anxiety, you're feeling a little panicky. Magnesium will kind of soothe your jets a little bit. It'll help you sleep really well. I mean, it's to me, it's my absolute favorite mineral. It's just magic. It really is.
Yeah, and I'm not completely anti-doctor. When I had my nose surgery, that was one of the things that my doctor had recommended to me. He's like, you're a little magnesium deficient. That and CoQ10 would definitely help with migraines and pain relief. So if anybody's out there trying to seek some of that, I prefer cannabis because I feel like it sets off a little trigger in my brain that says, hey, there's no pain. And I forget about it for a little while. That doesn't mean that the pain's not there. It's just that my short-term memory doesn't know that it's there. Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just
The,
finishing
the
the windows
delays,
up.
the delays throw me off. That was really all I had to say, unless somebody had a question.
Hang on a second. I got Julie. Julie, would you like to participate?
Yes. Hi, Ken, I'm getting, there you go. Thank you, hon. Yeah, all this talk about the magnesium topically. I'm really interested in that. How do you do that? Is that like with Epsom salts, like taking an Epsom salts bath, or how would you recommend like making a concoction for myself here at home?
Okay, so Epsom salts is magnesium sulfate, and the magnesium I'm talking about is called magnesium chloride. Now you can buy the flakes and you can make the spray yourself. It's extremely easy. It's very cost effective. I do make it, but I will also help you make it if you want to. So basically, what you do, Ancient Minerals is the brand that I like. I've been using them for forever. They're kind of the gold standard with magnesium. You can buy a bag of the magnesium chloride flakes. And then what you want to do is just take a cup of flakes with a cup of, boil water, pour the cup of boiling water over the cup of flakes and, allow that to dissolve. And then I'll strain it because there's sometimes a little residue left over. So I'll just throw it through a coffee strainer and I add DMSO to mine. I add MSM to mine, and then I add a little bit of glycerin and lavender and frankincense essential oils. So you can like, I mean, the sky is the limit when it comes to this magnesium. You can use it all by itself with just the distilled water and the magnesium chloride flakes, and it is absolutely wonderful just the way it is. It's a fantastic pain reliever just the way it is. But when I add to it, I add the MSM, which is a sulfur that we definitely need in our bodies. And the DMSO is also a pain reliever. And the DMSO, what it does is it drives everything else that you put with it into your body even deeper. So that magnesium oil that goes in, only so far on its own, when you add that DMSO to it, that really drives it in deeper into your body. And like I said, it's also a really great pain reliever. So, you can buy the magnesium oil by itself from Ancient Minerals. You can buy, like I said, you can buy. I think they have it in a cream. They have it in a lotion. They have it. I believe they have it with DMSO, and they have the flakes all by themselves. So if you feel like you want to go there and you want to buy that stuff, great. I also, like I said, I also sell it. I also give it away. I give my recipes away. So whatever I can do for you, just jump in my DMs and I will help you as much as I can. Casey, go ahead, sweetheart.
Hi. I was just that lady prior that was talking about having diabetes and all these issues, and also food issues when she's eating certain foods and having intestinal problems. One, Sage, I know you know what moringa is, but I don't know if a lot of people know that moringa is literally a corrector for diabetes. It'll help people out extremely. But the food thing with the algae in the stomach, like eating certain foods and having it mess you up. I have family members that had IBS and other problems, same thing, would eat certain foods and they would just tear them up. And I got them on diatomaceous earth, and they took diatomaceous earth for some time, and they could literally eat almost anything across the board again. So I don't know what you think of that, but I know that it scrapes the walls of our intestines and gets things out of there and helps move bacteria and parasites that could be causing those issues. But I just wanted to mention that if she's still listening, just to look into that. If she does take diatomaceous earth, it's PermaGuard food grade, and it's about a teaspoon a day to get started, and then maybe up to a tablespoon once you've gone about a month. And make sure you stay extremely hydrated because it's going to move more waste product and cause constipation. But have you heard of anybody doing that, Sage?
Okay, so I am very familiar with diatomaceous earth. I've known about diatomaceous earth for many many years. I've been using it for my animals for many many years. I've used it for myself as well. I have started reading recently about kidneys being clogged with diatomaceous earth. Now, I don't know if that might be just like a fear tactic that has been put out there, or if this is actually happening. I could tell you that my kidneys and my urinary tract are a sore spot for me. I've had issues with them since I was a kid. And recently I did start taking diatomaceous earth on a daily basis, and I took it for about a week or two, and I was having flank pain where the kidney pain. So it could very well be that it was just me, because that is my sore spot, because I have had issues there before, or it could be that there is something to be said about it clogging your kidneys. So before I recommend that anybody do that, please do that research, because that information is out there. There are people talking about how it does clog your kidneys, that it is not recommended. I don't know where I land on it at the moment. Like I said, I did have a little bit of flank pain, but that could just be because I have issues, or it could be because it is actually clogging my kidneys. So I'm not saying yay or nay either way. I'm just saying please do your research because I mean it has been used in for deworming for cats, for dogs, and for farm animals for a very long time. As a matter of fact, I give it to my dog because I have a couple of acres and I'm not always like really diligent about picking up poop. And there are bugs that like to lay their eggs in dog shit and all kinds of shits, right? So when there's diatomaceous earth in it, they cannot hatch. They get ruined. So the bugs cannot hatch in the poo. So and then my farm vet said that if I was giving my dog diatomaceous earth, I wouldn't need to worry about heartworm medication because that will take care of the heartworm as well. So it is a really great wormer for animals. Like I said, I'm really on the fence about it because I'm not sure exactly where I land with this information yet. I'm still kind of doing the research, so I just want to put it out there and just say, please, just look into what I was just talking about.
I'm really glad you brought that up because that's something I want to look into too. And the other possibility, do you think it's possible because you're detoxing harder that it's putting stress on your kidneys?
It could be absolutely. Yeah, definitely. It's just everybody. I talk about this all the time. This is kind of like a sticking point with me. Everybody wants that one pill, that one herb. What is that one herb that's just going to cure everything? What is that one thing that I'm going to do that I'm going to detox my body and everything's going to be fucking hunky dory? What is that one anti-parasitic? And you know what? Like I said before, all of these things will work, but you need to look at the root, you need to look at the basis of what you're doing. So if you're eating McDonald's every day and you're eating pizza and you're eating garbage on a regular basis, taking that one little herb is, it might make you feel better a little bit, but it's not going to help what's going on in your body. We need to look at look at the big picture of what are we putting in our bodies every day. Are we eating seed oils? Are we eating food that's drenched in glyphosate? So we really need to like look at that. These one herb that's going to make everything okay. It's just not it's just not going to happen. And it makes me absolutely crazy because I want you all to heal. Like I want you to feel as good as I do. We're not supposed to be tired. We're not supposed to have brain fog. We're not supposed to have pain. None of these things are supposed to happen. In a perfect world, if we weren't being bombarded with fucking poisons from every which way, our bodies would heal themselves perfectly fine and we would absolutely never get sick. And the reason that we get sick is because they are just coming at us in every way, shape, or form. So we need to be diligent and we need to do our homework and we need to make sure that we clean up our immediate areas, our immediate lives, do what we can control. And it starts with what you're actually putting in your body as far as your nutrition goes. So, Dobie, welcome. Come on up.
Thank you. This is the first time I've been to your space, and I have so many health issues. But I'm just gonna focus on one. I've tried melatonin to sleep. I've tried Nyquil, and I just cannot sleep. And if I take those things, what ends up happening is it's just more torturous. It just makes me more tired, but I just cannot fall asleep. And I have like a list of health problems, but I almost feel like if I can just figure out how to get my body to rest and get the sleep it needs, then I can, probably start feeling better and start focusing on other things. But it is literally torture not to be able to sleep. I mean, it brings me to the point where I don't cry, but inside I am because it's just horrible. Anyway, that's all. I was wondering if you had any suggestions for that.
Well, I do want to jump in and say that if you're not getting really good quality sleep, you are not going to be able to heal yourself. I mean, it's one of the absolute most important things that we need. We need desperately. Okay, so when it comes to sleep, I've talked about this a lot. I don't have a TV in my bedroom. I have a bed in my bedroom. I have a salt lamp in my bedroom, and I have an essential oil diffuser. Now, I do bring my phone in because I listen to frequencies at night, but I make sure that I download the frequencies onto my phone. Then I put my phone on airplane mode and I let them play during the night. So there are tons of different frequencies that will help for you to sleep. They will help you sleep deeply. But the one thing, I'm going to bring it back around again, magnesium. Are you supplementing with magnesium? Magnesium is the relaxation mineral, and that is the one that we really need to sleep. So you can take magnesium glycinate before you go to sleep. You can take yourself a nice warm bath in Epsom salts, or you can use the topical magnesium chloride, and you can spray that like on the bottom of your feet, or spray it, on your legs, or wherever. So magnesium, I would definitely recommend looking into some form of magnesium to help you sleep. And then, like I said, get the electronics out of the bedroom. Get your phone out of the bedroom. Make sure, a couple hours before you go to sleep, you make sure you get off of that phone. That blue light is the worst. Blue light blockers would be really great. Those, a lot of glasses now come with the option of getting the blue light, or you can buy a blue light blocker on Amazon. And then turn your Wi-Fi off if you can. That's something also. The Wi-Fi will absolutely hinder your sleep. And then also, when you eat too close to bedtime, melatonin is responsible for helping you sleep, but it's also responsible for helping you digest your food. So if you go to sleep with a full belly, that melatonin is going to be worrying about digesting your food, and it's not going to be worrying about you sleeping. So that's something else that we need to look at as well. So I don't know where we were as far as hands go. Actually, no, I think Terry was next. Go ahead, Terry.
Hi, Sage and everybody. Thank you so much. Terry from Tennessee. Um, Sage, I just love your spaces. I just want you to know how grateful I am for you and all of the wonderful wisdom that you impart. Thank you so much. Now, I have two questions. We just got a water distiller at an estate sale. God blessed me with that. Really cheap, wonderful. Just made a gallon of distilled water. What, excuse me, what mineral supplement would you recommend? What company to add the minerals? That's the first question.
Okay, so you could use several things. You could use either a really nice sea salt, like Redmond salt, or Salinas Celtic sea salt, or some sort of Celtic sea salt. You want to make sure that it's a sea salt with several different minerals in it. Or there are drops that you could use. And I cannot remember the name offhand, but I will send it to you, or I'll put it down at the bottom as soon as I'm at. Ancient Minerals? Is it Ancient Minerals? I don't know.
Well, what do you do with your distilled water?
I have a couple of different options. I have different salts, and I have different I have the mineral drops that I use. So I use one of or those. One or the other.
Which
So I'll
which
use
mineral drops do you use?
Let me hang on a second. Let me just Google it really quick, see if I can find it.
Okay.
There's one, it's like it's a kind of the gold standard of drops. It's been around for a really long time. It's very popular. Trace Minerals. There we go. That's it.
It's
It's called Trace Minerals.
okay.
Concentrate mineral drops, and you can buy them. My favorite place to buy anything is Vitacost, Vitacost. They're, a small business that has everything. A lot of this type of stuff I don't really trust buying on Amazon, because I have gotten diluted products from them. So I don't trust them when it comes to things like different oils, or minerals, things like this. Anything that can be tampered with or that can be altered, I tend to buy from Vitacost and not from Amazon.
Okay, thank you so much. So the second question, I've had a chronic cough all my life since I was a smoker, and I quit smoking at age 32. I think there's a Casey Jones. Thank you. Can you mute, please?
Yeah, I
Okay,
got 'em.
thanks. I quit smoking at 32. I'm 67 now. Thank God I'm still alive. But my father had died of lung cancer at 66, and he was exposed to a lot of asbestos. What do you recommend for chronic coughs? I've tried so many things, and I still, I still cough. I'm taking Mucinex. I take, but excuse me, it's really, really bad.
Well, the first herb that I look at when it comes to anything to do with the lungs is mullein. Do you take any mullein tea, mullein tincture, anything like
No,
that?
never heard of it.
Okay, mullein is like the herb for the lungs. What it will do is it will help you like expel that mucus. It'll help move things out of your lungs. Another one that's really good is marshmallow. Marshmallow is very moistening, so that'll help also with the coughing in that way. But I would definitely say mullein first. And then you have, the anti-inflammatory type of herbs like ginger, that will also help kind of suppress it a little bit. Honey would also help suppress the cough a little bit. And I have a million hands, so instead of me going on and on about this, let's like pull a couple people up to see if they want to input as well. As much as I love to talk and I love to be like the one who knows everything in these spaces, there are so many people who know a lot more than I do.
Okay, Sage. Thank you. Listen, I have
So
one more comment about the poor gal that can't sleep because I have the same problem. I take CBD oil at night and it helps with everything. And also, do some yoga and do some walking. If I don't exercise or do yoga, I can't sleep. Thanks. I'll pass.
great advice. Thank you so much. Nicole, how are you? Nicole,
Sorry about that.
you're good.
Good morning. Hey, so I don't have any. The only other suggestion I have on the cough, this is kind of interesting. I've seen a lot of vagal nerve issues recently, and it's chronic coughers. So I'm just going to suggest that you just that she look that up too as a side note. I would wanted to go back real quick and comment on the DMSO. I love DMSO. But and I'm saying it with a caveat, the FDA, it was they it was sent by companies like for 60 years to get approved. Now, I don't think much of the FDA, but the reason they didn't prove it is because it penetrates so quickly. It's a solvent. So it is excellent for arthritis pain. It's excellent for individual areas. So you've got a spot, use a little bitty bit. You can buy it many places and get a pharmaceutical grade. It's non-prescription, of course, and you will probably smell like garlic. So tend to use it at night. And like you said, that if you put it over magnesium or something, it will pull it in. And it's pretty much local. It stays pretty local. I mean, yeah, a little bit's going to get in your bloodstream, but you don't it's going to work right where you put it. So it's a cool product. Just be careful when you use it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Woo woo. How are you, my
Hey,
love? I miss
hey,
you.
Sage. Oh my God, I miss you too. Oh my goodness, it's so great to be here. I'm normally just working like crazy and then beyond that, living my life in real life, like actually having a life. Who would have thought? I put my hand up with the lady who couldn't sleep. Oh my God, I so resonate with that. And about 6, 7 years ago, and I work in the natural health industry, so it's really hard when it's your own issue because it's just hard to diagnose yourself. You're just stuck in it, and it's frustrating. And I wasn't sleeping well at all. Like I would wake up 6, 7 times a night. Like literally hadn't dreamt in a few years, starting to go crazy. And a friend of mine and somebody that actually worked for me consulted with me on it. She said, "Well, why aren't you on 5-HTP?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't even know anything about 5-HTP." She says, "Look, I want you on the maximum dosage, which is 300 milligrams. Yeah, milligrams, which the capsule we had were 100 milligrams. So I take 3 at night, about an hour before my bedtime, along with melatonin." And it took a while to really start working well in my body. And I got back to sleeping again. Now, I don't sleep a night without all the way through. I still do wake up once or twice to pee, but I started dreaming again. I could get back to sleep. I strongly recommend it, as well as everything everybody else said, and a hot bath before bed, because as your body starts to cool down, you naturally fall into that sleep space. So really it's setting yourself up for success on many levels. So that's it. I just wanted to share that. And I'm going to drop down to listener again because I got a lot of work to do. Love you, Sage, and love everybody in the room. Thank
I
you.
love you too, Woo Woo. Thank you so much for that. And something else that I keep forgetting about, that has really gotten me into deep. I sleep pretty good. I do the occasional in the middle of the night, about 3 o'clock, 3:30 p, which is, they always say that it's your liver. It's a liver thing when you're going to the bathroom between 3 and 4 o'clock. But what I've been using is castor oil packs while I'm sleeping. Now I'm doing the castor oil packs on my liver. I just put it on, go to bed, and I am sleeping so much deeper than I was before that. And, I'm talking, I don't do them every single day. I do them maybe 4 or 5 days a week. You can do them every day. You can do them once a week. Just be careful when you start, but it's something that I recommend doing. The castor oil pack is probably the best thing that you could do for yourself to detox your liver. Now, we know, like we talk about all the time, how we are just, being bombarded with toxins. Our liver is just really overdone, right? Especially when you get to, the 40s and the 50s, when you're talking about menopausal symptoms, that comes from a liver that is just way overwhelmed and way, way toxic. So when the liver cannot deal with the toxins anymore, they cannot release the toxins properly the way that they're supposed to because the pathways aren't working well. What happens is the toxins, your liver starts storing the toxins in your fat, which is why we wind up with the weight gain at this, at the middle age, right? And then it comes through your skin. So if you have any kind of issues with your skin, you have eczema, psoriasis, hormonal acne, it's all over your chin when you get to be about my age. That's the hormonal acne. That is also your liver and, not being able to process the toxins. So we need to support our livers now more than ever. I mean more than ever before. Our livers are really taking a heavy load, heavier than they're supposed to. So when we talk about cleaning up, we got to clean up the food, we got to clean up the water we're putting in our bodies. We even have to clean up the clothing that we wear. Wearing polyester clothes is horrible for us. You're talking about microplastics. You're talking about lowering your vibration when you're wearing these clothes. So that there's so much to it. And like I said, milk thistle, phenomenal for your liver. You got burdock, yellow dock, you have dandelion root, all those really good roots that are really high in minerals that are great for your liver. I have a link that I'm going to share also about liver health. But yeah, we really need to look at our livers. And like I said, castor oil packs at night have helped me sleep really, really, really good. So that's something else to look into. Also, herbal supplements to take before you go to bed. Valerian root is my favorite for sleep. I think I've been taking that one. I think that's one of the herbs that I've been taking the longest in my life. I used to take it when I was in my 20s. Valerian herbal Valium. So, you take a little bit, take a few drops, or take a little half dropper to cool your jets. If you have a little bit of anxiety, valerian is phenomenal. And then you take a little bit more to go to sleep, and you will sleep deeply and you will sleep well, and you won't wake up with a hangover like you would get from like a Tylenol PM or some sort of a pharmaceutical prescribed sleep aid. So I recommend valerian. I actually have a tincture that I put with my valerian. I do skullcap and passion flower with the valerian, and I love it. It is my absolute favorite tincture for sleep. And like I said, you want the recipe, you want a bottle of it, you want to buy it, you want me to send it to you for free. You know me, whatever I could do to help. Victoria, welcome.
Hey, Sage. Oh, I'm fangirling right now. This space is amazing. Oh my God. I wanted to go in about the other lady. I think her name was Nicole, the DMSO. I've been using that. For several things. I broke my foot, so I was using that. But a wart I had on my wrist for over a year, about the size of a pencil eraser. Tried everything, every type of oil, everything. And finally decided, on the DMSO. So what I did is I mixed the povidone iodine with I did the 100% on the DMSO on it. I did 10 treatments. That wart was gone after 10 applications, completely gone. So then I started, I think it's the trauma of the broken foot developing over the last year. Then I started having, I think, a plantar fibroma on the center of my foot along one of the tendons. It was very painful to walk. Out of the blue that came, I just think it's probably the trauma. But so I said, you know what? Let me start putting the castor oil on it, then use the DMSO behind it to pull it into the tissue. Well, guess what? The inflammation of that, it had shrunk down. So I can't say enough about the DMSO. That stuff is amazing. And that's all I wanted to say on that. But the DMSO, OMG.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Was.
And when you add those
But
all together,
great stuff to have on hand for multiple things. But anyway, that's it, Sage. That's all I had to say. Thank you for your wonderful space.
thank you. Victoria, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I didn't hear anything when I was speaking. I almost thought it was a dead silence because you never know with these spaces
Yes.
if I was being heard. But yeah, but anyway, thank you so much for all the wonderful information. And I listen to these spaces while I work, and of course, jotting down all kind of information and stuff like that, especially on the sleep and all of that. But anyway, thank you for the space.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about DMSO, magnesium oil, castor oil. I mean, all of them, right at our disposal, do almost miraculous things if you really think about it. I mean, it's crazy. Castor oil is amazing for pain as well. We talk about the castor oil packs. You can do the pack on your liver. You can do a pack over your ovaries if you have any kind of fibroids or cysts, for period pain, all of that. Put the castor oil pack on. Bone spurs, castor oil. You want to regrow your hair. I've been putting it in my eyes. It's helping. It's helped with my dry eyes. I know it's helping with my vision. My eyelashes are long and luxurious. My eyebrows are finally growing back in from back in the 90s when we had to have those stupid freaking thin eyebrows. I have like nice, pretty thick eyebrows from being a kid, but I've just, we've all plucked the crap out of them, especially like I said in the 90s when we had to have that like little skinny pencil drawing on our friggin' eyes. Uh, so the castor oil is helping to grow my hair back and my eyebrows. And, I have been having some pain in my hand, the hand that I hold my phone in. Now, a lot of people have said to me, oh, well, it's just the way that you're holding your hand. You might, it might be like in a weird, the way you're stretching it or whatever, but it's no. I have my phone and it just kind of relaxes. It just lays in my hand. My fingers aren't outstretched. I'm not doing anything weird with my hand. And I'm having some pain like right in my palm on the outside and down my finger, like right underneath where the phone lays on my hand. So in my mind, my tinfoil hat mind, it's the frequency coming from the phone that's causing pain in my hand because I am a right-handed person. I don't have any pain in my right hand, but I have pain in my left hand from where I hold the phone. So what I did was I bought those, cheap white cotton gloves and I cut the fingers off and I covered my hand with castor oil and I put the glove on and I made myself like a little castor oil pack on my hand. And I'll tell you something, it helped that pain. It will help arthritis pain. It will help all kinds of pain. Like I said, it will dissolve tumors. It will shrink bone spurs. I mean, this stuff is like crazy miraculous. So I recommend getting yourself some nice hexane free, cold pressed organic castor oil. The Heritage Store has one that's extremely popular. A lot of times you're not going to be able to find it, but that is like the gold standard of the castor oil. There are other brands, but like I said, you want to make sure that it's hexane free, cold pressed, and organic. AG, welcome.
Hey, Sage. Hey, woo woo. I know you're down there, but hey, and everyone else. I had a question. Some folks talking about those ticks, right? And it appears these ticks, they mess with the blood, and I suggested, but I said honestly I don't know, but I know burdock root cleans the blood, and I'm assuming the tick is poisoning the blood, so you can no longer eat meat. That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm so sorry, AG. My husband was just talking to me and I did not hear you. Does somebody want to answer his question?
I can repeat the question because some folks are talking about these bugs that Bill Gates are, best friend in the whole wide world, and we all love anyone happen to them. Anyways, the ticks that caught in me, I'm thinking that they push the root cleanses the blood. But I can't be certain that that is the.
I did not hear you. You're breaking up.
He was asking about the ticks and the possibility that they would infect the blood, and if like burdock root or something like that would help.
Casey, you're so low. Casey, you're so. I can't hear you, honey.
Can you hear me? Because I'm traveling at the moment.
Right now I can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, what I'm asking is, some people are complaining that they can no longer eat meat because they get these irritations due to these ticks, and I think the ticks poison the blood. So I'm assuming, and I don't know this is the cause of it, but if the poison root should cleanse it out. So if they take burdock root, would that have any effect on the assuming
Guys, give me a minute. I need to do something with my husband. Hang on a second. I'll be right there. If somebody else wants to jump in, go right ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, since there's some quiet here, I just wanted to thank everybody for um, different ideas, and I've already got a little list going here, and I just really appreciate this space and everybody in it for sharing, tips on what's helped people, and different advice that people have been given from sharing their issues. I have similar ones too, so yeah, so just work in progress,
Okay,
but I
I'm back.
appreciate it.
So where were we? What happened, AG?
oh, there are some people talking about how they're poisoning the meat, and also they mentioned Lyme disease, well, which was made up by the British, to poison us through their pharmaceuticals, and then people are stuck on antibiotics. And I was wondering, how I am about colloidal silver. What if someone took not only colloidal silver to effectively, replace those antibiotics, which I know it's probably capable of, but I'm not for certain because I haven't done any testing. And the other question was about the blood poison for the one. I believe it's poisoning the blood, the other tick that makes you not want to eat meat, like you have this itchiness.
Yeah.
And I think burdock root would be something to look at. I don't know if that's.
Yes.
So I was correct.
Absolutely. Yes. And
Okay, cool.
and burdock root, actually burdock root has all 102 of the essential minerals that we desperately need. So burdock root is a really great one for us to be taking.
Yeah, I wanted to be sure I was pointing in the right direction because I don't know. I'm not as knowledgeable as you, or even Apothecary is very good as well. And there's a couple others down there. But anyways,
Yeah, but Carol might be working. I know that she does grab a microphone when she can. So, Carol, if you're hearing us, we might need you to come up and add to the conversation if you're available. I appreciate it. Joanne, go ahead, dear.
Hi. Oh, so much information. Um, I wanted to remind everybody, if they don't, have a notebook ready. I didn't have one ready this morning, but what I do is I have a notebook ready when I try any new things. If I get a new prescription, that goes in the book. If I try something new that's not a prescription, that goes in the book, along with the dosage and along with the manufacturer. For example, I need thyroid medication. So it really makes a difference who makes the stuff. You really have to be careful on that. And I'd also like to speak to whoever spoke. I think it was Casey, to me about something I should take for diabetes. I've heard that for 40, 50, 60, 70, 4 decades, people telling me what I should take for diabetes. I'll take my Trulicity, which is an advanced form of insulin, and anything else that people recommend you take for diabetes is a scam. Nothing will cure it. I'm a biologist and I've studied this from head to toe, and people have to be very careful about what they're taking because I have so many allergies. I keep very good track in my little notebook about what I'm taking because
Yes.
sometimes you take one thing and it's fine, but if you take a combination of things, wham, you get really sick or you might even
Yes.
go
So
into shock or something. So you got to be really careful about stuff like that.
yes.
And
So
Sage,
Joanne, give me just give let me do a little disclaimer right now here. Okay, so there are a lot of us in the space who have been using herbs, who've been using healing modalities, natural healing modalities. So we're just discussing the things that we've used before, the things that work for us. We are not recommending anything. This is not medical advice. We're not telling you what you shouldn't do. Any information that you get from this space, it's really on you to go out and research whether it is good for you or not, whether you're going to be allergic to it, whether it's going to help you or it's not going to help you. So this is not medical
absolutely,
advice. I don't recommend that anybody
absolutely.
run out and buy anything that's being mentioned here. I recommend that you all do your own research. And again, um, if you could just mute your speaker, Joanne, so I'm getting a lot of feedback from you. I'm going to say it again. There are no, no cure alls. There are no one hit wonders. There are no, there's no one pill solution for anything. We can, you can, it might make you feel better for a short period of time, but like I said, if you don't clean up what you're putting in your body, if you don't clean up what you're eating on a regular basis, what you're drinking on a regular basis, you're going to wind up with this problems over and all over again. There are no miracle cures. There are no like one, there's not just one tincture that's going to cure everything, like one herbal infusion that's going to clean up everything. If you're eating garbage, you're especially going to just throw your money away if you're buying any of these, any of these herbal tinctures or medications or any of these things that we're talking about. So yeah, so we, like I said, I've said many million times before, we need to clean up our acts at the base level, as far as the food that we're eating. Most important. Larissa, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Sage. What a wonderful space. Thank you for giving me the mic so readily. I was listening to um, somebody with Lyme's disease. Um, I had that for 6 years. I had neurolyme, right? So my intestines, my stomach is a mess because for 6 years I had to take antibiotics. So I know from working with doctors, they said if you take one set of antibiotics, it takes 7 years for it to leave your body. So I don't know if they're ever going to leave my body with all the amount of antibiotics I took. And I found that if I used colloidal silver, it exacerbates my symptoms. So I can't use colloidal silver. And these are things that I've been researching with my soul sister for like 30 years. And I often wonder when we're doing all these modalities, and we have to actually just be our own guinea pig, and hopefully, if it works for you, it may work for someone else. And I understand when people feel like, oh, follow me and or do this, and it's hard to, but it's hard to keep your discernment afloat. Um, I also have thalassemia, and I just came across a wonderful doctor through the vaccine injury page. He recommended, uh, I can't remember his name, starts with a C, I can't remember his name. Anyways, he said lactoferrin is pennies on the dollar, and it helps with small red blood cells, the carrying of oxygen. And I've been taking it because I had COVID, and now I got whatever left remnants of that. Um, despite whatever people are saying that all this stuff was in, either way we have it, so we're going to keep going forward. Lactoferrin has improved my energy. It actually helps with my digestion as well, which I found pretty fabulous, and cholesterol as well. Uh, I take for GI because from the Lyme's disease, I have a plethora of other disorders that linked, and they're all chronic. Um, so I just treat them one at a time. But as far as the lungs go, I did use the Mullins, and it's a fabulous little tincture. It's helped also my sister who got vaccinated with her breathing well as well. I just wanted to support those who are also using the same products that they also helped me as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So I have one person looking for a mic. I don't have any mics to give. So if you have a mic and you're not wanting to speak in the next like 10-15 minutes, please do me a favor and drop down, and then I will bring you back up again if you have something to add to the conversation. Jen, how are you?
I'm great. You know, I like what you said. We can't sit here and say we're doctors, but everybody is finding ways to remove toxins from their bodies and change their diet. I recently lost tons of weight, and lots of cortisol in my body dropped almost immediately when I started eliminating artificial sugars and sugars from my diet. I also did intermittent fasting. I'm sleeping better. I feel better. And I mean, being postmenopausal, it's amazing how fast I lost the weight. Just making those simple changes in my diet. Food is fuel. What you take into your body matters. I think people need to be a lot more mindful of that, and things would be much better. Now, when it comes to that tick disease, the the one that he was speaking on was from the Rocky Mountain tick, which gives you a sugar molecule that you shouldn't have in your body, which is like a glycophid. And it's the same that you are getting from glyphosate, which is Roundup, which is in a lot of our food, that's causing people to have allergies to flour and everything else because of the way that we process and grow our food in the United States, where a lot of countries around the world have stopped doing it. So if you look up, I would say everybody do their research on their own. Look up how to remove glycophids from your body. And if anybody thinks that they have that issue, it would be a good place to start. We need to a lot of times shock our body back into working. That's why the infrared saunas work for some people. That's why the hot cold therapy works for some people. Jumping on trampolines works for other people to activate your lymph nodes again. There's a million ways to jumpstart your body that's basically been put into a comatose state by all the poison that we're taking in daily in what we think is healthy for us in normal food, because it's not. So, really think about your body as an engine and stop um, feeding it poison, and start being more mindful of literally from the moment you wake up to the moment that you go to sleep, paying attention to your body, because it's trying to talk to you. That's what all your symptoms are. It's really trying to tell you what's wrong. That's it. Thanks for the mic. I'll step down.
Absolutely, Jen. And you know what? I am trying so hard to avoid that word, and you just came right up here and you're like diet. So, the word magic, the spelling, I'm very conscious of that now, which is why I say grand rising. And when you're talking about a word like diet, there's, die is in that word. So I'm like, I'm trying to be so cautious to not use that word, but having a hard time, like, what to replace that word with, right? But you're absolutely right. What I keep saying, if you're putting crap in your body, you're going to feel like crap. You're putting crap in your body, and then you want that like one pill. Unfortunately, the pharmaceutical companies have really like brainwashed into that one pill solution. You go to the doctor, you don't feel good, and they give you one pill, and it just masks all your symptoms, and you feel better. And but you're still sick. You still have dis-ease in your body. You still have something going on that you're not addressing. And what the hell was I going to say? And listening to our bodies, we need to start quieting ourselves enough to listen to what our body is actually telling us, because it will tell you. I've talked about this many times. If I eat wheat, within 20 minutes of that wheat, my sinuses are closing up and I start getting like mucusy in my throat. I got to like clear my throat. And then I start getting like sinus pressure in my face. And that's my body telling me not to eat the shit. So finally, I stopped doing it. It's been maybe like 4 months now since I stopped eating wheat. And, I started losing weight, and my stomach has gone down a little bit. I don't have like, the gas and the issues that I was dealing with the wheat. So, like I said, if you just pay attention right after you eat something, within a half hour, your body is going to react in one way or another. It's going to tell you either yes or no, whether or not you should have eaten that. So yeah, it's really amazing. And they have just disconnected us so much from who we really are, and what we can do. And just how powerful our mind is, our bodies, and yeah. So Ed, come on up, man. Good to see you.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I come from the regenerative agriculture movement, which has been developed basically by farmers. And for decades, we realized, maybe the problem with a lot of people's health started at the roots of how we grew food. And so, we obviously realized that the chemicals that are used in agriculture were a problem, but we also realized that maybe a lot of the problem was that we had really disrupted the soil microbiome, and that wasn't getting all the nutrients into our food. And of course, over the years, or starting decades ago, we realized our food didn't taste like anything anymore, and we assumed that taste had something to do with nutrition. And so in connecting that microbiome and realizing how soil actually functions and how plants function and how that connects with our gut biome and everything, that and there'd really been no studies on this. So some farmers got together and found a researcher that had the ability in the lab to be able to really analyze both the density and the spectrum of nutrients in our food. And we assumed that there'd be a little bit of difference, whether it was chemical, commercial grown, or sort of traditional organic, or something more regenerative. And, we've been getting some results the past few years, and it's just been shocking, the difference when you have a real functioning system like what we're trying to create in regenerative agriculture. The spectrum and the density of nutrients, and especially a lot of micronutrients and stuff, is just shockingly different. We found that sometimes, like, early analysis of, and I'm just generalizing on that spectrum and density, but grapes were like 16-1, blueberries were 8-1. Most fruits and vegetables were at least 4, 5, 6 times difference. And of course, to get what you need, you have to eat a lot more. And we realized a lot of things that really are important in small amounts aren't even in our food. I remember them saying that they analyzed some oranges. And of course, one of the obvious ones people say is you eat oranges to get some vitamin C. Well, we found some oranges had almost no vitamin C in them. So we're really, and of course, that creates the situation like we're finding in the room today. If our food isn't supplying us really much. It's pretty empty. Then we've got to try to figure out how to supplement with things. And of course, then we've even realized we haven't gotten into that, but maybe even some of the plant-based supplements that we have, they may be grown in environments too, so they're lacking the spectrum that they really need. And so, it just gets more and more complicated. And of course, as farmers, we realized over, the last maybe 50 years that the health of everybody was just deteriorating, and diabetes was, booming, and autoimmune diseases were booming. And, we realized it had something to do with the chemistry, but we realized really the problem was that, it was the way we were growing our food. And so I think there's a lot of hope. The movement is really growing. Biggest thing is educating people on how nature really works and how we get that system of functioning again. But, that's a lot of the problem. We even tested a lot of organic produce, and some of it was good, or pretty good, but some of it wasn't very good at all. And, of course, we know once you start tilling up soil and you're not keeping it covered and you're not feeding those organisms, you're really destroying the functioning of the system. And soil is really at the root of health. And if we've disconnected soil and we just use it as a medium to hold up plants and then add chemicals to it, or even adding a lot of the fertilizers that the organic movement uses, that's not really the way a plant really wants to live. A plant actually lives mostly with the microorganisms, bringing it the nutrients it needs. So it's good news in a way that, maybe these conversations in the future won't have to be as complicated as they are now. So I thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for coming up. And speaking of regenerative gardening and agriculture, there is a space starting in about an hour. Self-sufficiency gardening and all of the like, which is why I started my space a little bit earlier so that you guys can all go over there at 12:30 if you choose to. So Apothecarol and Woo Woo, I know that you're both working, you're both busy, so I'd like one of you to go next. So whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
Okay, I will. I'll be super quick. I stumbled across a book called The Diabetes Code by Dr. Jang, and has been life-changing for me. Not that I'm diabetic, but I could tell I was having blood sugar issues and I was in fat storage mode. So even eating a single carb, I would get fatter. Like, it was insane how quickly I was getting fat. And so in a nutshell, I've incorporated now a 72-hour fast. Yes, you heard that right. 3 days of no food, nothing but water and herbal teas every 2 weeks. And I'm on the 1 meal a day OMAD, and a good meal with a lot of calories. So I'm doing a little bit of intermittent fasting in between, because that's like a 24-hour, right, by 1 meal a day. And I'm easily dropping the weight. And this is important because when our blood sugar gets out of control, in order to survive, your body takes the sugar and pops it into like organs and different places and stores it, which is why we get things like fatty liver. So it's when and he goes into explain everything. Please, the book is so amazing. Diabetes Code, not just for diabetics, for people who want weight loss as well. He explains how your body will poach all this stored sugar out of all these other places. And hence you start actually slimming down, you start coming into more balance. And some people absolutely are no longer diabetic after having been diabetic and been on medications. Some people were able to reduce the amount that they take. Of course, take it all with a doctor's supervision, because, if you're lowering your need for insulin with doing the intermittent fasting, you're going to want to be on less insulin. So yeah, anyways, I just wanted to put out there, it is working for me. I already see results and I feel friggin' fantastic. So, that's got to count for something. Thank you.
Oh, woo woo. I'm so happy to hear that. I know the last time I spoke to you, you were having a little bit of difficulties, but I'm really glad that that's all working for you. You know, I've talked about it before too. I do a lot of intermittent fasting as well. I usually eat like one meal a day. I drink my infusion. I usually have maybe like a dandelion root tea in the afternoon when I start feeling my belly, and then I have my big meal at like 5 o'clock. I'm done by 7. I'm in bed by 10. So that's working for me. The castor oil packs also have been working with helping me to lose weight. So yeah, all of those things are so wonderful. But unfortunately, you know, it's a job. You know, keeping, you know, being healthy nowadays is a job, and you actually have to put the work in. You got to do the things to make you feel good. You know, you got to do those. You got to do the work. Carol, are you there? Oh, Papa Carol,
Yeah,
are you
I
there?
am.
Hi.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here, and thanks for kind of working me in because I am between patients right now. I've been just kind of listening in and out of the space, so I didn't catch the context, but you had called on me something about colloidal silver. There was a question, and woo woo. I'm so glad that you mentioned that about the fat, because yeah, visceral fat storage is what you're looking at, the visceral fat, and doing what you're doing with the intermittent fasting. You know, creating that autophagy within the body can absolutely be a huge game changer for that. A lot of people cringe when they hear a 3-day fast, but that's really kind of the big reset. And then from there, you know, I mean, whatever's working for you individually, and people might have to play with it a little bit, but usually just an occasional 3-day fast and then the intermittent fasting in between can be super helpful. I've helped lots of people reverse diabetes. I don't know why anybody thinks that that can't be done. It darn sure can. Anyway, the question that you had called me up for there, Sage, what was it?
I think it had to do. Was it with the ticks, AG? I believe it was
Oh yes,
AG.
those ticks that they've released into the wild to make you not eat meat. I was assuming burdock root, but I'm not an expert by any means, and I was just looking for other opinions because people are starting to talk about that a lot in these spaces, that even not even safe spaces, but just in general.
Oh, yeah, I think they're calling it the white spotted tick. Gives you a meat allergy. So I've looked at that carefully just because I got a tick bite in April on my back, and I noticed around, oh, I guess it was around June and July, I started getting these weird rashes and itchy places. And I mean, I was like, okay, is that what happened here? So I honestly, I just kind of got over it. Like I just stopped eating meat for a while, probably about a month. And then I started introducing it again slowly, and that cleared it up. Like being without the meat for a month, no rashes, and then reintroducing it slowly, just like once or twice a week, I'm not having any rashes, no more itching and all that stuff. So I don't know if that was really what happened to me or not, but it's kind of a bunch of coincidences piled together, I guess. As far as burdock root or what can help you with those tick bites, like I haven't really looked into that, but I can. So that's interesting that people are recommending that, but you'd have to know for sure that it was that white spotted tick, and I'm not sure that it was for me. So sorry, I couldn't be more help there.
Oh, that's all right. I just assumed it because I assume ticks poison the blood. Burdock root cures the, or not. It cleans the blood, if you will. And another question, comment I wanted to make actually is regarding pesticides. If you cannot get organic, or say you have to use pesticides, what you can use is either spring water or well water, preferably. 2 tablespoons of baking soda, and you stir it a little bit and let it sit there for about 15 minutes, and it'll get rid of most of those pesticides. Uh, it's just a kind of some free information there to anyone that's worried about pesticides, and whatnot.
I'm sorry, will you say that again? What?
Basically, if you have pesticides to deal with and in your food, and you're worried about it, say you can only find non-GMO, or your local farmer unfortunately has to use pesticides, but he uses non-GMO, just put any other crap in it. That's okay. What you could do is get spring water or well water, preferably, and get a teaspoon, 2 teaspoons of baking soda, and you can let it there for about 15 minutes, and it'll get rid of most of those pesticides. There's some university did a study on that, and I forget which one it was, but I do remember it very clearly how to eliminate those pesticides, at least most of them.
Thank you, AJ. Dirty Red, how are you? Good to see you. Dirty Red, are you there? I know you're probably working. All right, we'll come back to you. Canine, welcome.
Hello. How are you, Sage? But I think
Canine, hang
Larissa
on a
was
second.
there.
Canine, hang on a second. Dirty Red, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
I was in the paint booth. Yeah, so I don't want to take up a lot of time. I reached out to you, I don't know, last month maybe, and of course my primary concern was my ADHD is off the rails right now. And but then as soon as I chimed in today, when I got my reminder, I hear this about the warts, and I have a wart that's been with me for like 6 years. It's on the end of my left hand. I'm right-handed, but it's at the tip of my thumb, so it's like an opposing issue, and it compromises my grip on my left hand. So I wrote down the DSMO, right? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yep. All right. Yeah. So I got that, and then, but back to my ADHD, like that's my diet is trash. I'm 52 years old, and I've lived this long on, basically cheeseburgers, French fries, and pizza. Some chicken, fish. I like fish, but I don't eat healthy at all. If it hasn't died and hasn't been fried, I probably won't even try it. I have issues with texture, which basically eliminates all vegetables. I was starting to do the V8 like fusion drinks that they give you like fruit and vegetable servings per drink, and that's kind of hard to find on a regular basis. And I'm not even for sure that really counts either. But back to where we go on the ADHD. That's kind of why I want to get that kind of under control. I'm trying to remember it's a non-stimulant. It's also for blood pressure is what I'm on. I think I want to say it's guanfacine and Intuniv or something like that, and it's like a 3 milligram dose. And I could basically quit it. I don't know if I'd notice a difference. So that's kind of why I'm chiming in right now.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump. Go ahead and mute your mic, honey. I'm getting feedback. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I had sent you the link to my infusions or not. But that is something, I'm always talking about these damn infusions, but they're amazing. The amount of nutrition that you're getting, that you're drinking with like a stinging nettle infusion or an oat straw infusion. You can do moringa, you can do alfalfa, red raspberry. I mean, you can do so many different herbs. And they're right there, they're like, a meal replacement because they are so chock full of vitamins and minerals that you can just drink one of these and your appetite will go away because your body is actually getting all that nutrition that is so craving. Now, I don't have a problem with you eating mostly meat, but you want to make sure that it is the best meat that you can get your hands on. I've said this before. I started eating more red meat, and everything has improved in my life, my mental health, my physical health, and my menopausal symptoms. Everything has gotten better, but I have somebody 10 minutes away from me that raises the cows, and they're taken care of very well, and it's really clean, and they're fed, they're grass fed and they're grass finished, and they're, like the best meat you can get. If I couldn't do that, if I couldn't afford to do that, believe me, I would not be buying my meat at Walmart or Kroger or any of those other places because we don't know what the hell they're doing to this shit now. We really don't. And I don't want to be that fear monger, but we need to have our eyes open about what's going on. So if you can buy the cleanest food, the cleanest meat that you can get your hands on, I've got no problem with you doing carnivore. Carnivore is a great diet. I'm seeing a lot of really good results. I follow a lot of people who are very into the carnivore diet, and I'm seeing a lot of really good things from it. But that being said, ADHD, what the food that you're eating could be causing your ADHD symptoms. They could be making them worse. So, if you're looking for that one tincture or one herb answer to ADHD, you can look at rosemary for ADHD. You can look at passion flower for ADHD, and you can also look at butterfly pea tea, butterfly pea flower for ADHD. Those three, I have been reading a lot of really, really great things about ADHD with those three. So look into those three herbs.
Oh, that's good. Oh, and also on the diet too. You're right. The sugars have been messing me up. I'm 6'1". I've been like 200 pounds. At one point, I was up to 270. Stopped drinking Pepsi, and I lost 70 pounds. Now I've got a sweet tooth, so I got back up to 220. I was having issues in the morning when I was getting out of bed. It felt like there were needles in my feet, and I was having trouble walking. I'm thinking like I'm going to have to get some kind of insert for my shoes, and I tried a few, and nothing was working. But before I go to bed, I usually get blazed up, pretty relax my brain down, and smoke some weed, and I was drinking a big tall glass of milk with some cookies or whatever, and of course we ran out of milk one day, and no one went and got any. About a week. And by the end of the week, when I was getting up in the morning, I'm like got the whole like cripple myself into the until my feet kind of loosen up and stretch out. By the end of the week, I was like kind of getting out of bed going, wow, my feet aren't really hurting like they were. That's kind of whatever. And then of course we get milk. The very first glass I had the next morning, I was already getting accustomed to walking back normal. I get out of bed and I fell down. My feet hurt so bad. And I was like, holy shit, no way is the milk doing that to me too. So I stopped drinking milk again and my feet stopped hurting. So that's what triggered the whole sugar thing in my head. I've stopped really on my sugar intake as much as I can. And I'm back down to like 205 pounds in the last 5 weeks again. So I know sugar's an issue for me. And but like, that's when I only eat meat, that's kind of hard to really cut out, but I drink lots of water. I'm trying to cut out my lemonade. That'll probably be the last of the sugar other than I put a little hot chocolate in my coffee in the first, my 1 cup I drink a day. But yeah, sugar's huge.
Okay, so the first thing that I'd like you to do is look to more natural sources of sugar. Try to change over to maybe using a little bit more honey, maybe
Yes,
using a little bit more.
I do use a lot of honey.
Okay.
That's what I've fallen back onto.
And the other thing, there's a good chance that you have parasites because when you have that like real, real craving for sugar, most of the time that it could be a parasite. It could be candida. So yeah, we really need to kind of straighten you out. We need to look at what you're
So
eating and get you on a plan.
the funny thing is, I was at the Rural King, and I recently picked up a thing of ivermectin, and I'm kind of holding it like I'm gonna have to look more into this, but I don't know if that's something I should try, like, or is there a different product?
There's
I mean,
actually,
you know,
I actually,
hello, AG. I'm talking, AG. I do like ivermectin, but I am more of a fan of like clove oil, walnut, black walnut, and wormwood. There are so many herbs that are really great for parasites. But the problem is, a lot of us are not really healthy enough to be doing like heavy duty parasite cleanses. We need to kind of get our bodies like ready to do that. We need to like build up our system and get everything ready. I jump in these spaces where they're talking the vaccine injured spaces and different spaces online where everybody is so sick and they're doing all these heavy metal detoxes and they're doing all these parasite cleanses. And let me tell you something, they're going to get sicker because if your body is not strong enough to heal to handle these heavy duty detoxes and these parasite cleanses, you're going to make things worse. So I am not somebody who recommends just going out and doing a parasite cleanse without at least building your system up first and working with somebody who knows what they're doing when it comes to these cleanses because they can be very harsh and they can really hurt you. They can be very harmful. So that's something to really look into. But it is, we're finding out now that cancer and autoimmune diseases are parasites. we're finding out that a lot of the reasons that we're so sick has to do with parasites. It has to do with a deficiency of minerals, a toxicity of heavy metals, or a parasite infestation. Those basically are the three things that are really keeping us down nowadays. So, in my mind, if you want to detox your body, what you want to do is put the minerals back in. The heavy metals will take the place of the minerals if they're missing. So instead of doing a detox, which is basically going to make you crap for a couple of days, that's what, these harsh detoxes are just going to make you go. And they're not really getting to the root of what's going on. So if you want to if you want to kick the heavy metals out of your body, put the minerals back in. Like for me, I love my oat straw infusion. I put oat straw in all of my infusions. Oat straw is really high in silica, and when you take in silica, silica will help you to get rid of aluminum. So when you put the minerals in, they're going to kick out the heavy metals that are causing the problems. So Canine, welcome. Go ahead, sweetheart. I'm sorry to make you wait.
How are you, Sage? How
I
are
am
you,
so
everyone?
good.
But I believe Larissa and we are well before me, so I'd rather, than the ladies speak first.
Okay.
Thank you, Canine. So sweet. Chivalry is not dead. Anyway, I wanted to come back up again to ask about what are your thoughts on uh, putting onions on the bottom of your feet as a way to get rid of pneumonia or coughs in that essence. Have you ever heard of that remedy?
Yes, it is an old wives' tale, and it is very effective. So don't sleep on the old wives' tales because they work. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, I just wonder how long should they stay on the onions, like just for like 8 hours while if you sleep for 8 hours.
Yeah, I
But
would just do it overnight. You can do just a couple hours. You can do overnight. When you do things like the onion packs or the castor oil packs and things like that, they do a lot. So I recommend maybe starting slower with things like that. Like if you're new to castor oil packs, I don't recommend slathering yourself in castor oil and putting a pack on and going to sleep for 8 hours. You could definitely wake up with some Herxheimer reactions. You can definitely wake up some detox reactions. So I would start low and slow, go for an hour or 2 hours like that and just build your way up. That's my opinion on it. But
yeah,
there are people like me
eh,
that just dive in head first and go full force, but I don't
I
recommend doing what I do.
I know. My sister does the same thing. She does everything full force, and she recently started because I'm looking for different ways. I take Linzess. I have IBS. C, not D, C. But she tested taking Celtic salt with I don't know how much Celtic salt she was putting in, maybe one little pinch with 4 cups of hot water, and it seemed to have worked. But I don't know how to get off of this med without, I don't know who to go to like guide me through to get off this stuff that's just, it feels like it's making me sicker. So, but have
uh,
you heard of Celtic salt helping with elimination and stuff like that?
yeah, well, magnesium especially will help you with with elimination, and magnesium Celtic salt is very high in magnesium. So I will recommend topical magnesium if you have an issue, or you can take magnesium glycinate or magnesium citrate. If you really have a problem with going and you're really constipated, magnesium citrate is the one to really get stuff moving. But also, like I said, castor oil packs will get stuff moving as well. If you throw some castor oil on your belly, or if you use a little bit magnesium on your belly, that will help get stuff moving as well.
And just one more question quickly with the magnesium. I have magnesium malate. Is that any good for that as well? I
Uh,
thought
mag-
it was.
yeah, well, magnesium malate is more recommended for like fibromyalgia and that type of pain. But like I said, if you're really backed up and you really need to get things moving, it's magnesium citrate that you want to look at. And there are powdered drink mixes. There's one with like raspberry and lemon, and it's like you put the scoop in water and mix it together, and it's just like, raspberry lemon flavored. So that's the citrate. You can also, get yourself in a tub or with some magnesium sulfate with some what the hell is it called again? Epsom salt, or do a foot soak with some Epsom salt, and that will help you. Magnesium is the relaxation mineral. So if you have problems with going and relaxing, things like that, the magnesium is what you want to go to.
Thanks, son. Thank you, Sage, so
No,
much.
no problem. Now, who is next? Joyce, you want to jump in?
Good morning. Hi, Sage. Hi, love. Oh, thank you for this space. Oh my goodness. It's always so great. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. This is my niche. I love it, love it, love it. I've been doing natural, holistic uh, remedies forever, it seems. And I love your spaces. Um, Thank you to everyone who's commenting and asking questions. We all learn from that. I love it. And hello to everyone in this space. Hey, I want to say, as I had before, the last space I was in, these these additives that are in the foods, because they are so important. So read the back of your packages. Make sure that you can get something that is free from all these preservatives. Someone talked about how to get rid of the pesticides, but we also have to deal with these additives. And these additives, many of them have been banned in Europe, that they're using here in the States. And these additives are behind the culprits for cancer. So it's important that we really look at these things and really listen to these spaces if we're wanting to get better, to get well. Because if we never try these things that they're suggesting, then we'll never get better. So just try them. Uh, you have nothing to lose, especially if you're sick. Also, for those who are really ill, with dealing with a lot of complex or even long term illnesses, look and start researching Dr. Sebi, SEBI. A body cannot hold disease in an alkaline state. Our body's food choices, that's what I've replaced diet with, Sage, by the way. Food choices and supplement, or food intake and supplements. That's what I've replaced diet with. Someone, they may want to use that. But watch what we put in our bodies. And if you could read about acidic foods and alkaline foods, it's a very isolating food uh, intake. I've done it before. And I didn't do it very well, but I did for about 14 days. And also there were things I was using that he suggested not to, like pineapple. Pineapple has too much sugar in it, I guess. I didn't read everything I was told by when I posted on my channel. I posted about it and someone said he didn't recommend pineapple. So that's when I looked. So you're not going to get everything right, but I felt like I was a child. All that energy you have when you're a child, when you're like in your youth, that's how I felt when I did that. It was so miraculous. And I would wake up wide awake at 5 o'clock and move until 10 o'clock that night and sleep like a baby. And this is the things that happened to me. That's just a personal choice. I did add in the chat about the um, additives. Some of them, just I put a article down there. But yeah, do your own research. Those who are really sick, especially take heed to Sage and everyone who's speaking. It does work. I've cured myself of many things before, minor, but it hurt like heck. Some of the stuff that was I was getting rid of, not not the cure, what I was going through. But I had tried what the doctor said or the nurse practitioner, and it didn't work for me. And so these remedies are for real. They work, and everybody, like Sage was saying, we're not saying we're doctors or anything like that. Just suggestions. And I hope everyone health and wellness. And thank you again, Sage.
Oh, thank you so much for coming up. So much good information. And there are so many smart people who come in my spaces. I love it. I love it. I'm so fortunate. Go ahead, Canine.
Well, good morning to everyone. Congratulations to this space and stage. It's wonderful information that you are displaying to us. I'm going to just share briefly. That way everyone has the opportunity to speak themselves. As a diabetic, okay, diagnosed with diabetes 5 years ago, I tried the conventional, going to the doctor, blah, 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 all of that. After 5 years, I started feeling horrific, worse, getting worse and worse. And I started to listen to all these wonderful doctors, Barbara O'Neill, a lot of Dr. Sebi as well, the lady that just spoke. He was very, very knowledgeable on the all natural um, way of getting our bodies, to get cured the way it's supposed to be. Our bodies are made just to do that, cure itself. But once we treat it correctly and we give it the natural stuff that we really need, not this American diet and all this stuff that they've been trying to give us through throughout our histories. But I just want to say that ever since I've quit drinking all of these meds, I have been feeling so much better. And definitely the alkaline way of doing your diet helps a lot because disease does not live in an alkaline environment. So that's very important to do. And as you said, magnesium is wonderful. I drink it at night. I was drinking it in the morning, and it did not help as much as when I go to sleep at night. It assists me with sleeping much better. It relaxes me. It's wonderful mineral. And Celtic salt is excellent. It has 92 minerals in it. I'm still waiting for it to arrive. I have not received it yet, but I heard excellent reviews on this minerals. You ought to try it as well. But thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And the natural way is excellent way to, it's a better choice, I believe. Thank you so much. God bless.
100%. Yes. Thank you so much for coming up and speaking. And yeah, Celtic salt is high in magnesium. It's absolutely wonderful. It has all the minerals in it. I mean, and I talk about it all the time. We are so mineral deficient. That's part of the problem. We just don't have the minerals in our bodies anymore. And
And
then
also drinking a lot of water, specifically H2O. Thank you.
yes, but also if you're going okay, the problem with the water is a lot of people drink that water and they don't put any kind of minerals into the water. So what
Yes.
happens is if you don't have the minerals in the water when you drink the water is going to take the minerals from your body and leave with them. Okay, so if you want the water to actually work in your body to hydrate you and to
Yes.
actually work for you, you need to put some sort of minerals in the water. And that's where, a little pinch of Celtic sea salt, a little pinch of Redmond's real
Uh-huh.
salt. Yeah, you want to make sure that you mineralize your water before you drink it. Otherwise,
Yes,
your body is
and I
not going to
boil.
utilize it.
I boil my water. I do not drink bottled water anymore.
Excellent. Yes, you should definitely distill your water or reverse osmosis water. But it's
Uh-huh.
really important. Give me a second. Let me just finish my thought here. It's really important to put the minerals into the water because, like I said, if you don't mineralize your water, it's going to pull the minerals out of your body, and you're just going to be urinating it out, and you're not actually going to utilize the water. So it's really important. So Canine, did you want to speak? I did call on you earlier. Did you want to add?
Yes, yes.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Actually, FHBK9 is my wife. We both are in your space, Sage. A wonderful space. My question to you, what can I possibly do? Because I got a cocktail of clinical illnesses right now. I got the asthma, I got allergies. I got a bad circulation and high blood pressure. What can I do? I mean, to alleviate all those symptoms that I have, and I'll need to let go. I mean, of the medicines, of the regular conventional medicines.
Well, as usual, I recommend getting the minerals in your body. Okay, so I recommend, sea moss gel, herbal infusions, Shilajit, working up, like building up your system. And now, when you say allergies, the first thing I think about is your gut health. So, adding more probiotic foods to your diet. There we go with that stupid word again. Adding more probiotic foods and getting your gut right, because a lot of us, like I said, mineral deficiency, heavy metal toxicity, parasites, and then we have the liver toxicity, and we have the gut biome, and all of these things that we put in our bodies are just not good for any of that stuff. Glyphosate, the GMO foods, the seed oils, so bad on our systems. Our guts, they should be filled with like beneficial bacteria, that will heal us. Our guts are our second brain. Our immune systems are like in our guts, right? So we don't take in enough of the probiotic foods. Now, generations ago, our ancestors ate tons of probiotic foods because that was their main way of storing food. When you don't have refrigeration, you need to figure out how else to store your food. So you dehydrate it, you powder it, and they started fermenting it because you can leave your ferment on the counter for a long period of time. So fermentation was the way to preserve food. And, not only does it preserve the food, but it supercharges everything that you're fermenting. So if you're taking like your, cabbage, and you're throwing some onions and some ginger and some turmeric, and you're making like some sauerkraut, you're going to have that, all the benefits from all of the herbs and from the cabbage, but like 10 times, because it also makes it more bioavailable. So that means that your body will be able to utilize it so much better after it's fermented, rotted, basically, is what it is, right? So after it's fermented, so we need to really, make more fermented foods. So sauerkraut, a head of cabbage for a couple dollars, cut it up, chop it up as small as you want, as big as you want, add some salt to it, pound the crap out of it, shove it in a jar, make sure all the vegetables are underneath the brine, and let that sit for a while. You can let it sit for a couple of weeks, you can let it sit for a couple of months. I've let sauerkraut sit for up to 6 months, and it's absolutely delicious. Then you can look into making like maybe some kimchi if you like spice, kombucha, kefir, beet kvass. There are so many. And once you start getting into fermentation, oh man, that's when the fun begins. When you first start fermenting things and you start making your own kombucha, and then you're flavoring them with all these different spices and herbs and fruit, that's when it starts getting really fun. So, definitely look into fermentation. Canine also, like I said, I'm going to send you a couple links on the things that I was talking about. I
Also,
want
I
to get,
heard you say something about meats. I'm a meat eater.
yeah,
Uh, Elizabeth usually critiques me because I eat a lot of meat.
I no,
Especially on the broil. You know.
it's very important, in my opinion, is very important, especially for men, to eat a lot of red meat. For testosterone, it's really important to eat a lot of red meat. For years now, they've been telling you, oh, don't eat red meat, eat chicken. And what's happening is, everybody's eating all of this hormone laden chicken, which is like, which is making us softer, making men a little bit softer. You're talking about like man boobs kind of like blowing up all over the place. And it's coming from the hormones in the chicken. So red meat is really expensive right now, especially when you get the really good stuff. It's grass fed, grass finished. I'm paying $10 a pound for ground beef. It's really expensive right now. So I always recommend, the lesser cuts of meat, it's not a bit like the filet is just as good as the filet mignon. The sirloin is just as good. The nutrition is the same all the way through. And you can cook any kind of steak, and make it well. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter which cut, right? And then when you're talking about like the ground beef, and you're paying $10 a pound for ground beef, get yourself some beef heart, beef kidney, beef liver. They're all very inexpensive. Chop them up and mix them in with your ground beef. It's going to extend the life of your ground beef. It's going to cost you less money, and you're getting all of that nutrition from the. I mean, the organs are phenomenal. We haven't really been eating the organs for a long time, and that's where a lot of the nutrition is. Especially like if you have any kind of issues with liver, eating beef liver is like amazing for your liver. And the same thing like with men, the heart, the kidney, all of these organs will actually help the organs. The kidneys will help the kidneys, the liver will help the liver. It's just amazing. Our body is so amazing. And now, we're eating the tip to tail when it comes to the beef, right? So we're using the bones to make bone broth, which is full of glycine and collagen and glycerin gelatin, and so good for your skin, so good for your hair, good for your joints. We're making using that tallow. I make that like tallow balm. I use it on my face. I make tallow balm for all different, issues, and tallow and your skin are almost identical. So when you're using tallow on your face, but tallow on your body, what you're doing is you're putting in all of those vitamins and nutrients that your skin needs to heal itself. So you're gonna look and you're gonna see that your wrinkles are getting less, your scars are gonna get less. I mean, it's miraculous, and they have been hiding all of this stuff from us for such a long time now. It's really crazy, but we're so fortunate now that we're learning all of this now. We get to hear about all of this amazing stuff. So really quickly, I'm just going to go off topic really quickly. I'm going to come back to the hands that we have left. So we talk about healing. There are so many different modalities when it comes to healing. So it's not just what you're eating, it's what you're drinking, it's what you're watching, it's what you're listening to, and then it's what you're doing with your body when you're grounding. When you're having sound baths done. Like Apothecary had a great space on music the other yesterday, and I go for sound baths, and I love my frequencies, and I listen to, and breath work. That's another thing. Like we don't breathe deep enough. We don't do like breathing exercises. So in my space right now, I have a phenomenal, beautiful woman named Patricia. She is just absolutely lovely, and she is a professional opera singer. And she takes the time out of her schedule every day at 6:55 p.m. to hold a 15-minute space and do breathing exercises for us. Now, let me tell you something. This space is a great reprieve from all the other spaces. It's a 15-minute space. You got to set your alarm or you're going to miss it. You're going to go right past it. So I recommend to everybody follow Patricia. Like I said, she takes the time out of her busy schedule every single day and does these 15-minute breathing spaces. The breathing exercises are absolutely wonderful. And she's a very lovely woman. She's lovely to listen to. She's very, the biggest heart. And I want you all to follow her, and I want you to jump in her spaces. We need them. They're very important, and they're very healing, and they're absolutely wonderful. So, AG, go ahead, sweetie.
Alrighty, thank you. Sorry about earlier. I was just trying to remind people, since we're on the meat topic, today is that lovely day they're trying to sell us that crappy meat. I don't eat meat, but stay away from Wendy's and McDonald's. Do yourself a favor. And there's 6 vegetables and what have you that they're actually been targeting for mRNA. And the longest that has been targeted is lettuce. It is obviously the worst of that type of food to eat. It's not that green. Soy, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn. I think that's all of them. If you're going to be eating that stuff, you need to have organic, non-GMO, or you need to have your neighbors grow it, or you need to grow it and you need to trade for it. Otherwise, you run the risk of eating mRNA, tomatoes, etc., and you think tomatoes are great. No, not so much anymore.
AG,
They're real.
do me a favor and make a post and put it down in the comments about what you just said, all the vegetables that you just mentioned, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ellie, go ahead, sweetheart.
Hey, it was a while back, but I wanted to speak to the ADHD question. I was diagnosed when I was 8, and they put me on Ritalin. And it was the first time that I experienced what alcoholics and drug addicts will explain as the phenomenon of craving, which is where, oh, well, one felt good, one worked, so maybe 2 will work even better. that all that stuff, all that Adderall, all that Ritalin is basically pharmaceutical methamphetamine. I say this not to scare people, but I can point to that as being one of the places where I got the idea that, oh yeah, you just take a pill and it makes everything all better. I couldn't sit in a classroom like the rest of the kids. So they told me I was stupid and lazy. Okay. And this is in the 80s. So granted, maybe teachers are nicer now, but first they called me stupid or lazy. Then they gave me an IQ test and they go, oh, well, she's not dumb. Let's put her on drugs and see if that works. My mom, to her credit, did wrestle with it for a period of time, but then she put me on it anyway. I was on it for 2 years, and I think it started a pattern of, I'm going to look outside myself to a drug to fix what's going on inside. I believe ADHD can be from myriad sources. I do not think there's anything wrong with the neurodivergent. I believe that it's actually a gift, that we don't think like everyone else, and that's okay. We're not supposed to think like each other. We're not supposed to all be on the same page all the time. The idea that we are like that is back asswards. We had the Industrial Revolution and we made all these machines with interchangeable parts, and now we treat humans like they're interchangeable parts, and we're not. Celebrate your children if they think differently. Yes, it's difficult to homeschool, but when you have children, you have to take the responsibility that even if you get a gifted one, you've got to put in the work to try and help them understand their feelings, help them learn to process their emotions. I believe part of my ADHD symptomology to be trauma related, because I would get yelled at and spoken to like a dog when I didn't do what they wanted me to do, because my brain doesn't work like a computer. It works in a different manner, and that should have been celebrated and not them trying to stuff a square peg into a round hole. I'm speaking to people who have been diagnosed with it themselves. It could be vaccine injury from when we were babies. They put those medicines in us, and maybe it's a metal problem, or, aluminum affecting our brain. It could be all sorts of different reasons. I will tell you that I have learned how to deal with my ADHD or the neurodivergence by focusing on things I am actually interested in. Meditation is key. If I can calm my central nervous system down, my brain works better. When I try to make myself do what things the way other people want me to do them, or if I try to do what other people want me to do, I get nervous, I get scattered, I get segmented, and I disassociate, which causes me to feel like I'm almost trapped in a hamster wheel of bad thoughts, dark thoughts, negative thoughts. When I take the time to relax myself before I go to sleep, I do yoga nidra meditation. I've found quite a good few resources on Spotify and YouTube. I don't use YouTube anymore for reasons, because they're going along with the WHO. If you post anything that isn't WHO approved, they take it down. So I said, F them, I'm done with that. So I use Spotify now, and I've found quite a few. The Mindful Movement has a good few. I'm not associated with any of these people. I don't make any money. I'm just telling you what has worked for me. And if I get into that space where I can't focus, I go, why? Instead of beating myself up and trying to make myself do things that aren't resonating with me in the moment, I do breathing exercises. Wim Hof has been incredible. Cold immersion has been incredible. Could it be a physiological reaction to the diet? It could be, but that doesn't resonate with me as much, because in the 80s, my mom, we had a garden. We ate well. She was pretty focused on having a good intake as far as food was concerned, and we had a well. So I don't think it was, fluoride poisoning or anything like that. Could be vaccines, could be trauma, could be combinations of all of those things. So if you haven't had a chance to um, try meditation, I highly recommend it. I didn't want to meditate. I didn't want to sit there and not think about things. It's freedom. It is freeing to be able to sit and ask yourself. And I think Patricia Portello is in here right now. She said last night, and I've tried it. I tried it again in my meditation. She said, ask yourself, what is my next thought going to be while you're in meditation, and watch what happens. All of a sudden your mind goes, oh, wait, I'm, I don't know what happens, but it worked for me. It gave me some space between the thoughts. I don't require an absolute silence in my mind because I have a beautiful mind. What I require is space between the thoughts, and the ADHD is merely a way to describe an absolute mayhem chaos committee meeting in my mind that I disassociate from because it brings me to a level of fear that I don't really care for. So if I'm able to take a deep breath, and I'm doing it to myself right now, if I'm able to take a deep breath, focus on uh, focus on letting myself be in the moment and giving myself space between the thoughts, being the observer of my feelings and thoughts instead of the feeler of the feelings and the thinker of the thoughts, it frees my mind just enough to allow me some peace, and then I can make decisions on a better plane. And I hope that helps somebody. It may not be for everybody. Hey, if you want to dump Adderall in your body, go right ahead. We're all adults, but be very mindful when you're considering giving these methamphetamine pills to your children to get them to sit at a desk all day. If that is the answer that this world is providing for what is seriously, many children with ADHD are extremely bright, talented children. There's homeschoolers that use movement in coordination with learning. I wish they would have had that when I was a kid. If I would have been allowed to get out of my seat and move around while I was learning stuff, oh my gosh. I because now when I do it, if I run and listen to something educational, or I'm able to move around when I'm studying and doing some research about something I'm interested in, I retain it better. I'm able to actually apply the things that I'm learning into my own life, or see where it could be helpful on a organizational or larger scale. These kids are talented. You are talented and probably very smart if you've been diagnosed with ADHD. Try and think of it as a gift and see if you can build your gift, not try to suppress it. Thank you.
Oh, Ellie, you and I basically had the same upbringing. We had the same childhood. We had the same, oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, I mean, everything that you just said is 100%. And also, as somebody with ADHD myself, they want us all to fit in that same box. And people with ADHD cannot fit in a box. We do not, we don't want a box. We want to break the box. We're going to break through the box. We're going to throw it away. We need to, we need to learn a certain way, and, these schools, these, school to prison pipeline is basically what we have. These children are being taught to sit still for 8 hours. And children who have that energy and who want to explore, they want to learn, they want to know what's going on, they're here, they're at, what I mean, to expect a child like that to just sit still for that time, and because they don't, then you want to drug them, and give them that diagnosis that they're not doing something that's completely and utterly against every being, fiber of their being. Right? For me, it was against every fiber of my being, having to sit still like that. I'm looking out the window and I want to be outside. I want to be in the grass. I want to be in the sunshine. I want to be running around. I want to be on my bicycle. I want to, I remember that, and we can't expect these kids to do this. That's why we need to start teaching children, along with, what their strengths are, instead of like pushing down the artistic side to try to shove you into a box, or pushing down that creativity. So we need to allow our children to be children, and we need to, support their gifts. And it's coming. This world is coming. It will be here. Hopefully, we'll be able to see it in this lifetime. If not, we'll see it in the next lifetime. But that world is coming. So, Jen, go ahead, sweetie.
I put in the X hole above the tweet from Patricia for the breath work and stuff like that, so everybody can go follow her. I had to scroll to find her underneath, and I didn't want anybody else to have to do that after you mentioned how she holds spaces for breath work, which I find to be very important. Also, diet. Let's change how we think of the word diet. And the way that I think of the word diet is it's I'm going to die without intelligent thinking. I'm going to die without intuitive technology. I'm going to die without intuitive thought processes. Okay, so that's the way I think of it. And I don't think of it in any other way other than that. It's my I don't want to die, and here's my IT program in order to make myself not do that, because I have a lot of genetics that are working against me in life. We have to remember it's not just what we're eating, it's not just what we're drinking, it's what we clean our house with. It's the idea that is being pushed on us. If you watch commercials on network TV, how many commercials are telling you about something that's going to make your house smell better? Things you plug into your wall, how you wash your clothes, the beads you throw in with your clothes so they smell forever. Clothes aren't supposed to smell, people. They're not. They're not supposed to have a smell on them. It's cloth. It's not supposed to smell like anything. Your house is not supposed to smell. It's supposed to just be a house. And our skin is not really supposed to smell. Okay, we could do that if we're going out, and if we're I don't know, single and wanting to snag a man or whatever. But think about what you're putting on your skin. It is a huge organ, and we don't think of it that way. And when you look around and how many things and how many ways people are trying to poison their environment, because that's what these things are, they're poisons. When I hear people have allergies and I go over their house and they have these plugins and they have all this stuff and their clothes stink, and I'm like, well, no wonder why you have a constant headache. Like, you literally are like living in a toxic waste dump. Come on now. I love you, but pull your head out of your butt. Yeah, so let's think about what we're also putting on the outside of our skin and the environments that we live in 24/7. If you have a coworker that has to have things that smell good on their desk and it's driving you crazy, kind of have a little talk with them about the fact that, I don't want to breathe in all of this stuff because it's bad for me, and maybe educate them that it's also bad for them.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. I mean, capitalism, right? They've been telling us since we were little kids that we're just not good enough, that we need to buy, our hair isn't, the right color. We got to dye it. We're not pretty enough. We got to put makeup on. We're not thin enough. We need to do this. We stink. Put deodorant on. You stink. Put perfume on. You stink. Put a plug in. I mean, it's craziness. At this point, I have cleaned up so much in my life that I can't even go down the soap aisle in the supermarket, the detergent aisle. I mean, I can smell that shit from like miles away, and I can't even go down there. It's so offensive to me. I almost get a headache when I smell these fragrances. And in all honesty, since I've cleaned up my everything, my diet, my everything, like I use soap nuts to clean my laundry. Yeah, like so my stuff doesn't smell, because like you said, it's not supposed to smell. We're not supposed to smell like that. I find somebody who is like natural, like their body odor to be less offensive than all of these like Axe body sprays and all of this other stuff. I find that to be much less offensive. And not to mention that we have pheromones. We have pheromones that, omit scents to the opposite sex. And what we're doing is we're completely blocking out all of those pheromones with all of these detergents and perfumes and all this other crap. So, what does that do? If you really think about it, what does that do in the long run? So, yeah, everything is just craziness. But hi, Patricia. Welcome.
Hello, Sage. First of all, thank you so much for your incredible wealth of knowledge. I think everyone in this room recognizes that and appreciates you for your incredible space. Thank you so much for the shout out. I want to say hello to all of my loves who are in the room right now and join regularly. It's so good to see you all. And I wanted to introduce myself to any of your listeners who have not met me yet. I am a professional opera singer, so I like to say that I'm a professional breather. And to help us calm down a little bit every single day, just to take a moment to slow down. We do so much in our day. There's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of stress that we face. Just take a few minutes every single day, whether you're doing it with me or not, to just simply slow our breath down. It makes a huge difference in our daily life. Ellie was mentioning earlier how it helps to clear your mind and make better decisions. If you can actually activate that parasympathetic nervous response and get back into rest and digest mode from being in that fight or flight response, you will make better decisions. You will not react as much. You will have a better time. So please remember that you have that power within you. Every single one of us has the ability to slow our breath down. This is a natural have it as long as we are breathing on our own. So please come join me. I am, as I said, a professional opera singer. We are going into rehearsals now. So I will be hosting my spaces early on days where I have a rehearsal. So please keep an eye out. And on those days that I have a rehearsal, I will do my best to host 2 spaces daily. So I'll host before rehearsal and then I'll host when I get back home. So if you miss that first space, you can always check out the second one. And I always say tomorrow is another day. So if you miss the space today, come tomorrow. Come whenever you can. Do whatever you can. And thank you so much, friends.
Thank you, Patricia. So, everybody, if you're not following Patricia, make sure you do. Set your alarm because the notifications are not working. I don't know what's going on with the notifications, but set your alarm. Like I said, it's a beautiful space, it's a short space, and it's a really great reset from the day. And it's really important, that the breathing exercise is just so important for our bodies to just, take those deep breaths. And like Patricia said, if you can't do it with her, do it on your own, but do it. So, hey, Joyce, go ahead, sweetie.
Hi, thank you again. And I followed Patricia, and I wanted to talk about what Ellie had said. Trauma. Um, can I plug my podcast?
Of course, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Ellie's talking about childhood traumas. I went through that. You went through it. She went through it. And she said that she felt that her ADHD was probably linked to that. I'm sure. I mean, I would bet money on it because many of us have never dealt with what we dealt with as children. And guess what? Even though you ignore it or you breathe through it or whatever, sometimes and often it stays within your body until you actually speak what happened and get that out of you, because your body has a way of wanting to speak on things that you don't understand. Most often we just block them away, but it doesn't mean we understood them. So my podcast actually has people talking about their different traumas, adverse childhood experiences, and we all have had them in different ways. Could be neglect or all different things, right? But the point is, we must get them out of us in order to move forward and heal. Some of the things that happens if trauma is not addressed is physical. You can have fatigue, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, profuse sweating, thirst, headaches, visual difficulties, clenching of your jaws, body aches and pains, and it can even cause amnesia, short and long term. So we really want to address what happened. If anyone wants to tell their childhood story, you can DM me or check out the podcast. It will help. I have also uh, professionals on there talk the it can we can navigate through it to help us, but you can actually release that trauma from your body also. I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate Ellie for being so open and vulnerable about her experience. Thank you. Oh, the name of my podcast. We Are Not Our Secrets, and it's on all platforms, Spotify and Apple. Thanks.
Thank you, Joyce. And yes, we do. We store our trauma in our bodies, especially for women. We store a lot of our trauma in our hips. And, I've noticed that, lately I've had some issues with my right hip. And I looked it up, and it turns out that I have a fear of moving forward for some reason. I don't know what it is, but so I'm storing some kind of, there's a fear that I have stored there, and there's some, some trauma that I store there also. So there are a couple of really great books I recommend. The Body Keeps the Score is a good one, and then Louise Hay has one, and I can't remember what the heck the name of her book is, and I'm trying to find it right now. You Can Heal Your Life, I believe, is Louise Hay, and then she talks about where different pain is stored in different places in the body. Like for instance, loss, grief is stored in the lungs. And I have a few people that I deal with, health wise, and they have a few people that have lung issues, and they have all suffered like a devastating loss, a child loss, and they have, I mean, it correlates, right? I have some serious anger issues from when I was a kid. I have some shit I need to deal with my sisters, and I have some issues with my liver. We store anger in our livers. So yeah, so that the body is going to store all that stuff that you're not dealing with. And all of my life, whenever you look back on the trauma, every time you look back on that event that happened, you're making it worse. You always make it worse when you look back. You never make it better. You never look back and say, well, no, it wasn't as bad, or like you're constantly making it worse. So you get to the point where you're afraid to really process those things because you have just made such a big deal of it in your own head for such a long time. And then when you need to feel it to heal it. When that stuff comes up and you really look at it and you feel through it and you let go of it. Oh my God. That release, that letting go of that crap that you've been holding on to for such a long time, it's just so cathartic and it's so beautiful. And my point being that it's not ever as bad as we make it out to be. We make it worse every time we revisit it. And when you finally let that go, holy crap. I've been on this journey now for a couple of years, and every day, I'm finding out more about myself, releasing some more shit. I've still got a long way to go because, like I said, I have some like resentments and crap that I need to deal with some past stuff that, I'll get to when I'm ready, right? But, ultimately, we are not going to change until we get sick of our own shit, right? You can have everybody around you telling you what you can do. You should do this to do this, or you can heal this in this way, or you can. But when you finally get to that point where what, that crap's not working for me anymore. I'm really tired of like doing the same things over and over and getting the same results and not getting what I really want. That's when you really, that's when you start to let go of the stuff and the freedom and the breathing and the catharsis and just all of it. I mean, it's just a completely different feeling and different world. And it's, I absolutely recommend it. It's not going to be easy, but there's a lot of us here who are always going to be here for you if you need an ear, if you want somebody to vent to. You know, a lot of us have dealt with a lot of the same type of traumas growing up. You know, there's a lot of us who are about the same age, you know, a lot Gen Xers. You know, I mentioned it to somebody the other day. It's like, I don't think that I know a Gen Xer that hasn't been diagnosed as ADHD. It almost seems like it's kind of like part of the whole thing, right? So we are here to support each other, celebrate each other. That's why these spaces are so incredible, that we can do this, that we can get together and say like, oh my God, you know, I know exactly what that person is feeling like because I went through that too. And you know, it feels good to know that you're not alone. You know, we are pack animals. You know, we're really not meant to be all by ourselves. We are meant to be, you know, with others, you know, like-minded others. And you know, these spaces, you know, the best thing that's ever happened in these spaces for me is to find, you know, you guys, you know, and to be able to share of myself with people who are a lot like me and who get me. And I just want to say, you know, just quickly, I'm so blessed to be able to do this and to know all of you. And I appreciate you all very much. So with that being said, Nikki, go ahead, dear. Thanks for waiting.
Hi. I just have two quick questions. One, I live in an apartment. I've lived here for 14 years, and we don't have our faucet won't take any kind of filter system. And I've been drinking bottled water, but like just suddenly I'm like freaking out at the thought of all the plastic I'm probably taking. So I was wondering, do you guys have a certain like, you know, countertop water filtration system that you recommend that's not going to cost thousands of dollars because I can't afford that? So that's my first question. And then my second one is just the only over-the-counter med I ever take is ibuprofen because I have a bunch of skating injuries and stuff. And I'm wondering, you know, I know that's not good for me, but I have not found any kind of natural remedy for those body aches from those old injuries. So, but the more important pressing one is the water filtration system. If you guys have any recommendations on that, or if I should just boil tap water and put salt in it.
I do have recommendations. So, with all the research and the spaces that I've been doing as of late, there are two ways that we need to filter our water. One is distilled, and one is reverse osmosis. Now, you can buy a countertop distiller or a countertop reverse osmosis machine for about $300. I just purchased one myself, and I purchased it on like, what is it, like a Firm or PayPal or something. Those the four payments. You know, the $80 a piece for, you know, four payments or whatever the hell it was. So it was like 300 and change, and then shipping. It was like a little less than $400. So I mean, in all honesty, if you can't buy anything else, I would recommend buying one of those. You know, either the distiller or the reverse osmosis. They are really the only two ways that you're going to get everything out of that water. Especially you're dealing with city water, you're dealing with fluoride, chlorine, antidepressants, antibiotics, you're dealing with hormones, all kinds of different stuff in that water, and you really want to use the best filtration that you can come across. So that would be, like I said, distilled or reverse osmosis. And as far as pain, have you tried topical magnesium for your pain? If not tropical magnesium, you can look at white willow, meadowsweet, which are both like aspirin. You could look at ginger. Ginger is a pain reliever, and it's an anti-inflammatory. Or you could look at wild lettuce, cat's claw, blue lotus, kava kava. There's a whole bunch of different herbs. Have you tried any herbs for your pain, Nikki?
Shoot, I didn't even realize I muted myself. Okay, um, I'm all talking. No, I haven't tried any of that. You know, I used to really dig into all this health and nutrition stuff, and then lately I've just been going down the more political rabbit holes. So I've been, you know, furiously typing all this stuff you're saying. Wild lettuce, cat's claw, uh, meadow sweet, white willow, ginger. I love ginger. So, like I was for a while boiling water in the morning and letting it cool down a little so it stopped boiling and put lemon and ginger in it and drinking that with salt. And it was actually, I really liked that. So maybe I'll just make that a regular thing. Because
I bet you that was very helpful. I bet you it helped you with your aches.
I wasn't even paying attention to my aches, so I'm
Yeah.
going to try that again because
Yeah, excellent.
okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. Nadine, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you today, Annie?
I'm good. I haven't seen you in a minute. What's going on?
I know. I well, finally, I think I have something to share instead of receive from the room. So, have you ever heard of the Wave Watch?
No.
Okay. I got mine like maybe 3 weeks ago, and it's helped. It's 1,000. Wind, stop it. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Um, I love wind. So, there's 1,000 sound frequencies on this watch, and I've been doing it, pretty much. I have to charge it, but it charges really fast. I've been doing it on my fibromyalgia, the migraines it helped with. You can, if you have a fatty liver, it helps detox that. The actual sound frequencies that were stolen from us are in this watch. And I mean, I don't sell it. I don't get anything. I just wanted to tell people about it, and this is certainly the right room for it. Um, they have things for women's problems, dental pain, skin restoration, skin cellulitis. It actually helps you lose weight, pain, heart things. There's so many things that this watch can help with, and I've been just fumbling through, just letting it go on and on and on, and I definitely feel better. So, it's called the Wave Watch. So, capital T, capital H, capital E, capital W, W, and capital A, capital V, and then capital W for watch, and then just watch. So, thewavewatch.com. And if you buy it, then if you put in the code where I found it, it's capital T, capital S, 88, and you get $100 off of it. So I'll put it in your nest or down in the little purple thing. But yeah, the Wave Watch has totally helped me with so many different things because you're supposed to have, if it, like, we start drinking all of our clean water, a lot of water all the time. So now when you're peeing out, like, not, I'm just sharing way too much, but when you're when you start peeing out and it's not totally um clear, like, we normally would because we're drinking a lot of water, you start getting the color in it, and that's how I'm realizing that it's working on another level, like, it's proving itself to me that I'm getting rid of things because I've actually lost weight too from using it. So, do you guys understand what I'm trying to, am I helping? Or am I giving anybody a
No,
headache?
yes, it's definitely something I want to look into. I did bring it up, but I just kind of was scanning the page as you were talking, but I haven't really looked into it yet. I mean, it's frequency. We know frequencies will heal us. We know frequencies will harm us. They will heal us. And that's really the future of medicine, is in the frequencies. Absolutely, I have them on right now. They're on 24/7 in my house, frequencies. I have them on in the background when I'm in spaces. I have them when I'm sleeping in the background. I leave them on for my dog when I go out. I mean, I'm always playing frequencies. I think I play like 90% of the time I'm playing some sort of frequencies.
Yeah,
So absolutely, it's probably a wonderful product. Go ahead.
this thing also has all the chakras. Now, I have a lower back injury where it goes from one side of my lower back all the way around to the other. And I really hurt myself the other day just by stretching a little bit, which is really freaking horrible. So, I put on the Sacral, and it actually helps with that pain because I must be storing some kind of anxiety or past trauma in that area because I had looked up the sacral, and that's what it had said to me. So yeah, it did help with the pain in that area. Like pretty much, it wasn't right away, but you have to keep it on for a few hours, especially if you hurt yourself that bad. So I just hope that it helps everybody. Again, I don't make anything off of it, and definitely put in the capital. It's the Truth Seekers 88. That's the show that I watch, well, listen to at night. So it's the capital T for the capital T for truth, capital S for seekers, and then 88, and then you get $100 off of it. So it's definitely worth it. Just check it out at least, okay?
2 seconds. I put that Dr. Keck up there because that's where I got the information from the foods that are mRNAing. I forgot a big one is called wheat, and that's a huge one. And but watch that video, and it kind of goes over all the foods that they're mRNAing.
Thank you, AG. And thank you, Nadine, for bringing that to our attention. I'm definitely going to be looking into that. Dakini, how are you?
Hey, yeah. Hi everyone. Thanks for the mic. That Wave Watch, I'm diving into it. I'm like, oh, I can't find the website. Can you maybe repeat one more time? Because I find surf watches and oceanic wave monitoring stuff if I go to Wave Watch, but
Yes, sweetheart. You know what? I'm gonna take a picture of it. I'll tweet it out, and then I'll put it in the nest right now. Okay?
yeah, that would be great. Thanks. Awesome. Oh, so many stuff was said. I just wanted to go back to well, Ellie, what you said was really like eye-opening, and it makes me um, realize that probably the whole ADHD wave thing of sensitive people, I think, I think it has to do with sensitivity that is just with the new age, with maybe the Aquarius or something, cosmically put it in us. And that's what they want to temper down, because it didn't fit in their previous models, and they're social engineering us for 100 years. So yeah, breaking those change, what really helped for me. Now they're coming with restless leg syndrome, right? Yeah, well, I got that. Come with me at ADHD. Well, I don't believe in any of these things that they are disabilities at all. It's what's so harming, and it's very harming what you do to children with the Ritalin and this stuff. And I have a family member, an older one, who is using that, who is on that stuff and antidepressants, and he's walking around like a robot zombie, not conscious of picking your own thoughts. And that's what it all comes back to when you get to the meditation and the breathing. Find that peace of mind. So I'm a highly sensitive sensation seeker, which is like I like to party and I like to be around people, and I can be very extrovert, but in the same time I really need to process everything that I live through very, very much more intense. So I need to take a lot of me time, and I've learned now that I really need to have my own space. I just can't live with, I am doing it, but because I don't have my own space, but it's so important to have complete me time and downtime without anybody for, like at least for what it's going on now with the world and everybody and everything. So much trauma and psyops, and to stay mentally sane, I need to take so much breaks. It's like, whoa, it really, really helped me that I found the Wim Hof breathing, and I take the cold showers. I'm over 700 now. So that really helps me stay sane and go through. And in the same time, yeah, I love these things like building a garden. And I saw in the comments you guys were talking about this tincture of mullein. And so I looked up the plant and I was like, what? That's a plant. It's growing not far from my father's house on the dike. All summer I've been looking at it like, wow. And I already took a couple of seeds like last month, but now I think it's completely ready to, and so because I'm learning this plant through the comments of this space, the Dutch website that was talking about it from Eco Village. It's like, wow, what you can do with one plant. The Moulin plant was also called the King's Candle. You can use it for torches as well if you want. So the plant can be used for like 10 different things, and it's actually, they say the leaves can be smoked by asthmatic people. It's an ancient
I
druid.
lost you, Dakini. You still speaking?
Yeah. Can
Yes,
anybody?
she is.
Yeah, I can't hear her.
Oh, that's unfortunate. What do I do? Do I come back in and out, or
You can go down and come back up, and then come here again.
My apologies, Sage. You can't.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Oh, okay. And I just followed Dakini. But I wanted to say you spoke about this a little bit earlier, Sage, and it resonated with me. And I might have even done it myself when I was speaking. But when we take ownership of these diagnoses that they give us, when we say my anxiety, my depression, my ADHD, it makes our body feel like it's ours and it's something we want to keep. And I learned this from a friend up north who does massage and body work and all different kinds of spiritual things too. She said, if you want to change your relationship with your diagnosis, stop taking ownership of it. Say, I experience anxiety symptoms. Sometimes I feel depressed. Don't call it mine, because your body doesn't know the difference. Your body doesn't know when you're being sarcastic that you're not serious. Your body takes the things that you say as truth. Your subconscious mind does. And if we are able to, when I change that conversation, something changes in the dynamic for me. And I don't know if that'll resonate with everybody, but I think Sage was speaking earlier about words and their meanings. I stopped saying good morning a lot, because morning, what is it? It's not the beautiful start to a day. Morning is actually a word we use to describe pain and suffering after a loss. So I like the Grand Rising too, but I probably even said morning, because sometimes it's difficult to be mindful all of the time, but it is a work in progress, or I'm a work in progress. But separating the diagnoses that I have received after I gained a whole bunch of weight, when they told me I had fibromyalgia, and I crawled in bed and said, I'm not getting out for 2 years. Well, I didn't say for 2 years, but I literally remember making the decision, I'm not getting out of bed. And I gained 100 pounds. And in like 2020, when all the stuff started happening with COVID and whatnot, I started wanting, I turned off the TV, because I started feeling this like tap on my shoulder when I would watch, the media, and they were like counting the deaths and tracking it from China to here. And I'm a news junkie, I will admit it. I'm watching all this, and I started feeling this like tap, and it was like, they're lying to you. And I was like, what? And nobody around me was really speaking those things yet. So I started researching. Do your own research. I started looking into the relationships between the media and the government, and all those kind of things. I don't really want to get into politics, but long story short, I turned off the television in 2020. I don't stream Netflix or watch anything on TV when my boyfriend, we're breaking up, but when he's here, the TV is on all the time. I don't watch any news at all. And I'm very selective about what I will be in the room with while it's on. I'll watch like some Naked and Afraid, or like, Alaskan wilderness people, because I find them to be really, really admirable people. Long story short, um, after I sat down with myself, and I'm 250 pounds at this point, and I sat down with myself and I said, body, thank you for gaining that weight. Maybe you were protecting me from something that I don't even know about. Spirit, thank you for staying alive while that happened. And then I said, God, if it's time for me to get healthy again, I'm ready to try. Can you please help me? And I didn't get an answer in my head. I didn't hear a voice or nothing like that. I started craving water, a lot of water. And I started drinking a lot of water. And pounds started coming off of me. And I wasn't working out at this point because everything hurt. If I worked out, it would hurt. If I slept wrong, it would hurt. And because I was still having, the symptoms of fibromyalgia that I believed I still had at that point. And as I started losing this weight, I think somebody was just mentioning that they started losing weight as well. Like, it's almost like when we start to face our fears and get honest with ourselves and stuff like that, like, it releases something. And so I've lost like 80 pounds now, and now I do exercise. I swim. I tried running for a little while, but it didn't really stick with it. I would like to run a 5K race. That is on my bucket list now. But I swim and I dance. And dance, for those of us who like to move our bodies, and it's almost like a spiritual experience. I can change depression symptoms simply by putting on, I use EDM to do it, Nora En Pure specifically, but I turn this on and I let my body do whatever my body wants to do, movement wise. Do I look like a freak? Absolutely. Do I care? Not in the least. But the language that we use with ourselves resonates with me as being very important. Maybe it's just important for some of us, but if that resonates with you, maybe try changing the conversation that you have with yourself. It's not my diabetes. It's my body is having difficulty processing sugar, or whatever, however you need to change it. But reframing these ideas that have been given to us, that didn't come from our hearts, that didn't come from nature, that didn't come, that they're manufactured, for lack of a better word. Those ideas may not serve many of us. So if we don't take ownership of the negative stuff, the you're gonna take thyroid medicine for the rest of your life. Fuck you! I haven't taken it in 2 years and I'm fine. Um, but I found that to be a very valuable idea for me. And I'm hoping that, if I can just share some of the stuff that's maybe helped me along my journey. I was one sick person for a very long time, mentally, spiritually, and then physically. And it wasn't until I started to address the emotional, spiritual stuff and get honest with myself about, because I rose colored glasses my entire childhood. I was like, well, my parents didn't get divorced. My parents took care of me. They fed me. They tried, but they also hit me. Okay. They also gave me medicine that wasn't necessarily beneficial to me. I wouldn't change 1 second of it, because it put me in a position to be able to say, why, maybe that's not the best thing for you to do to your kid when I speak to someone else. And it gets me a lot of enemies, and that's fine, because I have to speak what happened to me in my life to help other people. And they call it alchemy, turning your pain into power. If I can help one kid not have to go through some of the shit that I did by telling his mom, if you teach your son how to express himself with his words, maybe you won't have to hit him or feel like you have to hit him. Because spare the rod, spoil the child was the way of Gen X. I know this. And those traumatic experiences with me still to this day haunt me, and not all the time, but I want to figure out a way to put it all behind me and let it go, and turn it into something beautiful. And I think I'm like on that path. It's just, it's like right on the edge of like being beautiful, and I can feel that. And I feel like our world is changing and rapidly, and spaces like this where people come together and they tell their stories and what's helped them, even if it's just a little thing like, well, maybe I'm not going to call it my fibromyalgia anymore, maybe I'm going to change that conversation. And if maybe, I don't know, could change somebody's life. Or maybe one kid won't get put on Ritalin because I spoke up and said this is what happened to me when I got put on it. But this is very powerful, and I really feel like we're on the edge of greatness on this planet. I think there's a possibility our creator, because I believe very strongly that we have one, may change things in the blink of an eye if through universal consciousness.
Us, the people,
Ye-
the people that follow God,
The people that follow, go ahead. The people that follow God, what, sir?
the people that follow God, understand God's laws, will triumph because we know the true health of humanity. And you cannot have humanity without health. Health is wealth.
Okay.
Everything else is a lie.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit and think with that for a minute. But I I thank everybody for who shared, and I'm sharing the heck out of this space with everybody I can think of, because I think you're recording it, and I think it's really valuable that we're able to share these kinds of ideas that aren't necessarily mainstream, that aren't necessarily what everybody else does, because most people live by whatever comes out of that box. The clarity of mind you will get from turning off the television, pardon me, the clarity of mind that I received by turning off that television and focusing on what I wanted to think about instead of someone else's agenda has been absolutely life affirming and life changing. I'll leave it with that. Thank you again, Sage. Thank you.
Hey, Sage, I gotta take off really quick. And I just wanted to say, I forget who came up here and was talking about getting good water and they live in an apartment area. There's a lot of places where you can get the RO water. Here in Michigan, it's called Ready to Go or things like that. But they have big RO machines, and you can go in there with whatever container you have or purchase containers from them. Um, so if you can't afford to purchase any kind of machine for your apartment, you can always leave and go to these places. So just look up RO Water, or if you have any kind of aquarium store, pet store around you, I guarantee you they have an RO supplier, because it's what they need for their aquariums, especially saltwater. So if you can't find it right away, I know it's so hard to Google things these days because it's just made not to work for a real search engine anymore. Contact any kind of pet supply or aquarium store that you have nearby, or put in RO water and try to see what comes up, because it is really good. Reverse osmosis is a really good system to start off with the clean water. And those, I know those systems are kind of it's hard. Or, possibly go in with other people. If one person has it in their apartment and you can share the wealth of that thing, have three people go in and decide who's going to store it in their apartment, but also fill up the jugs for everybody else. I mean, we got to live more like a village these days than everybody's independent and their own kings of their castle kind of thing. So you can also crowdsource in different ways like that. But yeah, um, I forget who was asking that question, but I wanted to make sure that I gave it before I left, because I do go get RO water quite often, and I enjoy the taste of it instead of having to buy the bottled water out of plastic all the time. Everybody have a great day. Enjoy it. It is sunny fall day here, and I am going to go out and harvest and harvest and harvest, and be very mindful while I'm out there doing it. Bye.
Yes, Jen, thank you so much for that. My local Food Lion has an RO machine outside, where we have, filled up the jugs with the water. And being somebody who used to work in pet stores, yes, there are reverse
Have
osmosis
you
systems.
sent that in for a test,
There
Sage?
are reverse osmosis systems in the pet stores, and they do sell the water. So yes, that is an option too. Excellent, excellent ideas. So, Dakini, did you want to,
I don't.
Lex, could you please put your hand up? Thanks. Dakini, did you want to continue with what you were speaking on earlier when you got cut off, or what?
Yeah, a little bit. I wanted to just drop the thing as well this morning, or I saw your tweet asking for topics. I wanted to share and emphasize again on the bioelectricity and the healing with voltage, and also electroculture, balancing your garden and making your garden more healthier with copper. So all that stuff seems to work out pretty well, and I posted it in the bubble and in the nest, a YouTube film from. So basically, in the big scientific model of what matter and reality is supposed to be, is like, we have the old Darwinian, Newton, Einstein type of way that you have mainstream science still walking on. And then you have a group of scientists which split off like 10, 15 years ago, who are just, taking science into the direction of the electromagnetic universe model, which is actually very very good direction to go to, figuring out what the hell are we doing here, and what are these quantum fields, or how is it all connected. And that's why there are so many mistakes now, people who have studied certain stuff and they think that these are real. But if you go on a smaller cellular level, and even the quantum level, it's like it's all and nothing in the same time. It's like interconnected, and it can
It's language. They're using language against us. I
shape
follow.
into being.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, sir, I'm still speaking. Can you please hold your horses? um so the intuitive connection you can have with your plants and with your garden or with your surroundings has to also do with the ether, the energy, like, so the dense you can feel sometimes. And yeah, so for sensitive people, of course, this is more, like always there. But I think if you become more conscious, you become more sensitive as well. So if you just do simple things like make your sprouts and eat them, which is very healthy and nutritious, and it's like super sustainable. The same with the water thing. I love the osmosa machines, but I also take in account that if there's no electricity for some reason for a month or a little bit longer, you never know. What are other ways also to filter water or to get to your water, and have a local source or something that you have in the back of your head, that you know where you can go or something. And looking into making water filters, you can use white clay to make a ceramic hat, and that's your first tank, and the water that will go drip through this white clay, it will actually, even the nano chemical stuff will stick into that ball of clay, you know. I'm still figuring out how they make it type of like it's baked, or how it's baked so that it's porous, and it takes actually quite a while to let the water through, but that will be your first filter. And then you have another layer of the water going through, something that looks like what the water would do naturally going in the ground. So you have grit of minerals and of coal, of active coal. You can get those also at the aquarium shops. They're used for water pumps to also, you know, keep it clean. So yeah, that's how you can build your own water filters. You can use like the jug from a blender that's broken, and then you have like a hole in the bottom, so you can, you know, easily, you know, play around with stuff like that, with scraps like that, and just having like an emergency water supply thingy or something. And so the bioelectricity and the water is the most important two things for me right now. And giving a lot of love to the plants and touching them, harvesting the seeds, you know, take good care of it now. And then in the spring, oh my gosh, you're going to be so happy with all the new gardens you can make with all the seeds that you have. So yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you guys. And I need to go in a bit, so I'll switch to listener. It was really nice meeting some of you. I didn't know some of you ladies, so thank you for your input. And oh yeah, the watch thing. I looked at it, and it has solfeggio frequencies. So I say wave watch. Wow, that's cool. I love, you know, the fact that that's also the bioelectricity, talking about healing with frequencies and voltage, right? And how there's voltage in your body that get blocked, and you know, and it all ties back to what everything that's already said, with like how emotions block creates blockage in the body. So yeah, thank you. I hope you got that, Sage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and the space is recorded, so if anybody needs to go back and listen to anything that was said here today, it is so uncomfortable for me to record spaces and to allow them to be out there. But I'm going to put my big girl panties on, like I said before, because it's more important that you guys have access to the information than me feeling some kind of way about it. But if we've gone over 3 hours. I was talking about trying to keep my spaces to about 3 hours, and I have like a little sinus thing going on today, and I'm getting really cranky because I'm not feeling so hot. So I want to try to wrap it up sometime soon. I do have three hands up, so I want to like let the conversation continue for a little while, but I do want to try to wrap the space up sometime sooner rather than later. So Larissa, then Lex, then AJ. Thanks, guys.
Okay. I think I wanted to talk to the previous gal that was speaking. Who she left, huh? Anyways, how she's processing her healing journey. Um, I love hearing what she was saying, Sage, and how we're using our words and improving on our way of thinking. And one of the things I've learned in my journey is our mindset, and how we need to come from of a mindset of abundance and not a place of lack. That improves quite exponentially if we're thinking about coming from a place of abundance. Like we've already are going to be receiving what's coming our way. The universe has it all planned out for us. We just have to meet her there. Um, and and using the words understand, instead of saying understand, we say inner. Like I understand what you're saying, instead of standing under people and understanding with everybody. But that's a how the old new that could be a whole space about words and we use them. But either way, even to think about how the words that we're not using may be a loss to somebody else. So it's kind of an iffy topic. Um, but I wanted to thank you for this healing space today. Um, I'm finding also when I know better, I'm going to do better on my pathway to healing, and feeling the tug and the pull in which direction to go, and scrambling the unscrambling in my brain, um, clearing a path by seeking quietly. I wanted to thank you so much for that, Sage, and introducing me to other opportunities to receive the goodness that's going to come from others who are also with us. Thank you so much. God bless.
Oh, thank you for coming up and saying that. I really do appreciate you. And yeah, we can do a whole space on words. Spelling, word magic, all of that. Somebody brought it up earlier about, when we become our illnesses. And when we put out negativity, we're going to get negativity back. When we put out positivity, we're going to get positivity back. It's so simple. And we didn't know this, but now we do. And like you said, now I know better, I'm going to do better. So we need to focus on that. We need to focus on, learning better ways, doing better for ourselves, for our family, for our loved ones, and not to, a lot of us tend to beat ourselves up over, the things that we did in the past. But we need to give ourselves that grace and say, you know what, we didn't know better. We didn't know better, and we did what we could, the best that we could. And we need to give ourselves that pass and not, beat ourselves up for what we didn't or did do. Okay, because we didn't know better, but now we do, and now we have no excuse. Go ahead, Lex.
It's actually, yep, it's me, but maybe you'll recognize my voice.
It's
But I was going to
James.
say the only
Is
thing
this
missing
James? Is
here,
this James?
yes,
I knew it was
yes.
you. Go
So,
ahead.
so the only thing missing here is iodine. We need a good source of iodine. And the freaking tamarind that's why they're so smart all the time. So India has is TARA rind? Is it RIND?
Tamarind.
But yeah,
Tamarind.
tamarind. Yes. So we need a good source of iodine. Do we need it from India? I don't know. Do we have another source? Because I ordered I don't know, from a company, but I was like, shouldn't do it. But I knew iodine was
May I?
very important.
May I? The best way to get iodine is from food, and the best way is kelp, dulse, sea moss, any of the seaweeds are extremely high in iodine. Our body will accept them and process it better than like a Lugol's iodine or something like that. So I always go for the food-based supplements of all kinds. So if you really want iodine, just put some kelp in your food. Just get yourself some powdered kelp, get a nice organic powdered kelp. I can give you a link, and then just either throw it in with your salt or leave it by itself in a little shaker, and then just shake a pinch of it in your food, and you're going to get plenty of iodine that way.
I have Celtic salt in my truck.
Celtic salt too. Celtic salt is fantastic.
I keep it all around me.
Go ahead, AG.
Yeah. Uh, Touched on a lot of things. I guess the word magic we can deal with later, but there's a lot of double meanings everywhere. Like bless, be less. I try to say be great because you don't want to be less, you want to be great or better, something like that. It's just like we could probably touch on that later because it's just really gets a little crazy with the word magic. And as far as water goes, uh, I actually have I like the Alexa Pure. It seems to work very, very good. You could probably do one of those. I don't know, maybe you and a neighbor or whatever. But it does work if you don't like the other options. It doesn't need a faucet. You just put it on a table or something. You add, tap water to it. It'll filter it all out or whatever water source you have. And when you drink water, I don't know if we even talked about this, but I like a copper bottle. It's all copper, and then you add every 20 ounces, you add a pinch of either Celtic salt. I use Redmond sea salt. And by the way, Bill Gates is trying to put mRNA in salt, so be careful of your fast food restaurants. If they're using salt, they're probably using the cheapest crap available.
Well,
So
AG, I just saw something recently that, McDonald's or the fast food places, their salt actually has sugar and other crap in it. So it's not even salt. So yeah, I carry sea salt with me in my bag. Go ahead.
Yeah, make your own food.
I
Really,
carry
is the
Celtic
best
salt.
option. Sorry, make your own food is the best option, to be honest. But if you have to eat out, make sure you go to a good restaurant, not one of those chains that don't give a rat's behind about anything. And they should be okay, but with the mRNA, Bill Gates, they're probably gonna make it really cheap and really attractive for these businesses with higher costs for everything. And I'll add pinch of baking soda, which helps keeps your body alkaline, and it's very good for various reasons. And a pinch of that Redmond sea salt, and sometimes I'll
James,
add a
sorry,
little.
you can't use the garbage. The garbage. You got to make sure everything's good, because I learned that the whatever the it's not coming to my head for some reason because someone is blocking it. But
That's because you're
the
interrupting.
normal. Now I'm trying to interrupt for a
Go
reason,
ahead.
and they won't let me because the calcium or whatever chemical you're using, if you can't get it from them because they poison it, so you have to get a good source of that. So, like you said, you have to add this and this and this. Yes, I agree, but you have to source it properly.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Kimber Rose. How are you, honey?
I'll just finish up if that's okay.
Okay, sorry.
I
Go
was
ahead,
about,
AG. Then Kimber Rose.
but basically, I like to have a little bit of the salty taste, not too much, and then that's how I know that it's enough because the salt allows your body to absorb all the minerals that you're taking, whether it's Sage's Amazing tinctures that you donated for. Uh, you need to have the right salt, otherwise, you'll just drinking water will push all that good stuff that you just got from Amazing Sage, and what have you. And she makes a lot of great stuff. And you know, uh, copper's good for your blood. So if you donate blood, it'll help your body produce that fresh blood in your body. So you're not just sitting around with a bunch of dead blood in your body. You're actually producing the blood. And that's where I
And
was going.
I can explain this. I'm sorry to interrupt. I can explain this very beautifully because men do not bleed like women, right? You bleed every month. You're able to release those toxins. Men don't have that ability. So that's why women are beautiful.
Go ahead, Kimber Rose.
Women, those amazing women. Yeah. I just was gonna say if you are serious, and I just want to kind of, I know Sage is like closing out here. Just to close, like if you're serious and you want to take all the information that you've gathered today and implement it into your life, one simple thing that you can do that I found is best for my body is just go and find that spring, go and find that creek. You might have to drive 30 miles, you might have to drive an hour, find a waterfall, find that clean ionized water. Buy your pH test strips, they cost $3 for an 80 pack. And find that water that's naturally 9.5 pH because you can do that. And people around you that live in the country, they'll have a well, which is like that is just as good, I think, as some of the other springs and creeks and things that are ionized. But the point is not really the filtered water, but the ionized water because it's restructured. Well, it's structured to the 7 molecules, the ones that our cells only want to take in 7. So if you are trying to introduce 30 molecules into something that only wants 7, which is our cells, it's going to not work out very good for you. So find that water that matches, that has the 7 molecules that will match your 7. That's the ionized water. So I learned that if you drink 1 sip of soda, it will take your body 3 gallons of alkaline ionized water to get rid of that acidic in your body. Once you become alkaline, you will no longer be like susceptible to things that have a neutral balance to them. So if you're going to if you're alkaline and you drink something that's neutral, it's not going to lower your pH. So that's the defense that you're gaining with having your body being in that alkaline state. So it's very important. You can get your little, whatever these are called, Bentley, forgot, little geyser, I don't know, I say geyser, but it's those big 1 gallon glass bottles, or you can get them in half gallons. Buy a couple of those, go fill them up there, and don't just challenge yourself. Just drink just the water, the 3 gallons, and then see how you feel. And there's one thing that you could do to solidify, materialize everything that you've learned in this space today. And hopefully next time we all gather, we can bring that energy and testimony and everything for Sage. And Sage, just to close it out for me here, to land my plane, just wanted to say I'm very proud of you. This is amazing space that you're holding and that you have been holding, and it's just a reflection of your soul, your journey, your authenticity, and your everything. So that is testimony right there to you. Love you. Bye. Mommy.
Thank you so much, Kimber Rose. I appreciate your words. I really do. I love you too, sweetheart. Cage, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I actually came up here to do something I don't normally do, and that is actually just felt like I needed to get something off my chest. Had like anxiety pent out, so I'm gonna let it go. Everything I don't need to hold on to. And it's totally related to health and wellness. But because we were talking about McDonald's, I do just want to tell y'all the ingredients for the French fry salt or the salt you put on anything at McDonald's. And it totally does have sugar in it. It has salt, sodium aluminate. I'm probably saying it wrong.
Yes, it has aluminum.
And dextrose. And dextrose is the sugar part. So it has aluminum in it and sugar and salt. So just, dear God, just please do not eat McDonald's. Just don't eat any of it. And I heard y'all talking about, mRNA and we get in Sage's spaces because there's an attack on our health, right? From all angles, there's an attack on our individual wellness. And I feel like I am beating a dead horse when I talk about the dangers of mRNA vaccines and frequencies. But I just got a call this morning of someone that I know who was full term in a pregnancy and didn't feel the baby for a couple days. So called the doctor, of course. They didn't get her into an appointment for a few days because they were booked up and couldn't find the heartbeat when she was there, lost her baby, and now she's fighting for her life because she has clots and her cervix ruptured. A perfectly healthy young woman is fighting for her life, having clots, and a full-term baby just passed. And that's just so not fucking normal. And the hospital and the way everyone is treating this situation are acting like this is normal. And God, it's not normal. How is it normal? She goes into surgery today to God, what's it called when they put like that thing in there, like an IVF or something, where they try to break up a clot in an area of your body. She's a clot in her lungs, and I think we all can point fingers at a couple culprits. But it's just insane. She won't be able to have children after this. Yeah.
And that's purposeful. Sorry to interject. That's purposeful. They are doing a population reduction. I mean, come on, people. Look at all. We're below 2.2. which is just sustaining the population. Most are at 1.7. So we're way beyond repopulating ourselves. They know it's reproductive, and that's why the borders are open. Come on, look at the chessboard. This is ridiculous. Y'all don't recognize this?
I'm sorry, but my chest is beating because that was such a random last thing to say in the space. And last night I had a dream that I went and got hooked up to this IV. It was like on the back of my hip. And they told me that they were doing something, like I was sick or something, and that they were doing something important. But then I realized that I had a baby growing inside me, and the whatever chemicals they used killed my baby. And I was grieving, I was running away, and I went to tell my husband about, like, they forced an abortion, like, without my knowledge. And he said to me, "Oh, well, it's okay. We can always make another one." And I was like, fuck that. But still, like, so maybe we are seeing this giant reproduction issues, population
And
control and
they're in
stuff.
Germany.
Okay,
I'm
hang on a
telling
sec,
you,
James.
I'm
Hang on.
sorry, but let me tell you this. I'm telling you, you need to
You
hear
need to
this.
hang on a
In
minute.
Germany,
Cage, were you finished with your thought?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing too much more to add. I mean, I was speaking, but
Yeah, you were.
I've I know I feel good speaking it out, letting it go, not holding on to, all of that energy that it stirred up inside me, like receiving that news. But yeah, it's a total attack on our health. It's a total attack on the population, on our fertility. Kimber, that's insane that you had dreams like that last night, and I got that phone call this morning, and I also have been having just like weird pregnancy dreams or just weird dreams. I had this dream where I found like this young child, just really weird shit, and I don't know what it means. I'm trying to interpret it. But yeah, guys, it's a total attack on our health. I don't know what more to say. I completely put the blame on vaccinations and the shit they spray in our foods and the pharmaceutical company. And I don't even want to begin to get into the treatment that they're receiving in the hospital. I mean, they're just treated like money bags, and each doctor that comes in doesn't even read their chart. They're like, "Oh, you had a baby, congratulations. What are you in here for today? You got a clot that we have to remove." And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like, this is some dystopian ass shit that I'm just seeing and experiencing firsthand. And I've known that we've been in some dystopian ass shit. But just, to see it firsthand, it's just that reminder that it's right there in your face. It's affecting real people, and we can talk about it all day in spaces and how it's evil and awful. And then when you experience it in your little reality, it's a shock to your system to remind you that they really are out for your health. The vaccines really are not good for you. And we're coming into like pandemic number 2. Sorry, Sage, I have my tinfoil hat on. Where, it's the
You're preaching
second
to the choir,
phase.
girl. Go ahead.
This second phase of the pandemic, and they're like, we have this new vaccine and it's gonna help us all. And if you were vaccinated before, it doesn't matter. You need to get this new vaccine starting at 6 months old. And people are still fucking dropping dead from the first one. And I don't know what to do. I know what I need to do.
we know what to
Yeah,
do, Sage, and that's what to do.
right. I know what to do, but the problem is, I can focus on my health, focus on my family, keeping us good, but I can't force my friends or my loved ones or my family to make a decision or not go forward with the decision. It always comes down to the individual. So you're going to see loved ones who you can, of course, share this knowledge to. And I've shared Sage's spaces with a lot of people, trying to encourage people just to listen to her and listen to all of you that come to these spaces, because you share so much amazing knowledge. And we really can get our health under control. We have the ability to do that. And our bodies are amazing things. When you fuel it with the right things that your body needs, I mean, we're just amazing vessels for higher consciousness. Really, we're really amazing. But that's why there's an attack on our health. Um, yeah.
All the lower people, like, really, like, are afraid of us.
Yes, because they know how powerful we are. And, we have not known for a very long time how much power we have. We can create the reality that we want if we stop focusing on their bullshit and on their negativity and start focusing more on what we want to create and on positivity and on loving each other and caring for each other. And that's what we're doing here, Cage. We're doing exactly what we can do, and that is find people like us that we can help, and then worry about your immediate family, your husband, your boyfriend, your children, your like the people that that you have in your immediate care. And then everybody else, I mean, it's sad and it's horrible, but there are so many people out there that are just never going to wake up. They're just never going to do it. And there's those are the people that also signed the contract to leave now, and those are also the people that maybe can't handle what's coming. So I try to look at it in that way. Like I know, like I most of the time I fucking hate it here. I really do. I fucking hate it here.
I
It's
agree.
absolutely miserable. We should not have to work this hard. We shouldn't have to be this, we shouldn't have to suffer the way that we suffer. We should have our needs met. We should be fucking flourishing. We should be, we should just be doing what we enjoy and loving each other and caring for each other every day. There's we could be doing things so differently. And there are times where I'm just like, I don't want to fucking be here no more. I can't do this anymore. But I am one of the strongest people that I have ever met. And I know that I need to be here, and I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to be here because people fucking need me, right? And I need you too. But there are many people out there who just are not going to be able to handle what's coming. People who are just, they've chosen, when they signed the contract, when they came here, they chose to not be here for this shit show. And some of me, like, sometimes I don't blame them. Sometimes I'm like, I wish I was strong enough to make my exit, but I can't. I can't do it. And I know it sucks, but we're doing exactly what we should be doing now. The time for waking the sheep is done and over with. It's not going to happen. Those who are going to wake up have woken up. Those, the rest of them. I mean, I was in a space yesterday or the day before, and I had two different people tell me that the line of their pharmacy like was out the door, people waiting to get their next freaking jab. We can't help them. We can't do it. So what we need to do is just worry about what we can control and what's right in front of us. Worry about, like I said, worry about our family, our immediate circle, and those of us in this space who care about each other and who want to help each other. And we need to rally the lions. That's what we need to do. We need to rally the lions, and we need to start, not wait for everything to come crashing down, because we know it's going to come crashing down. It's crashing down. So what we need to do now is start the new system that we want to see in place. We need to start that. So we need to get together with those people, our neighbors, the people who are like-minded that we can find outside, outside of spaces in real life. Get to know, talk to your neighbors, find out, who's doing what, and then, start leaning on each other a little bit more. Start bartering a little bit more. Find out, what do you have to sell? What do you have to buy? Like, and just get the system started, that system that's going to replace what's going on now. Instead of waiting for it to happen, we are the ones who are going to, forge that new path to a better way. We are them. We are the ones. We are the chosen ones, if you want to put it that way. So we need to start really concentrating more on, what are we going to do to make it better? What do I want to see? I go to bed, before I go to bed at night, I try to manifest what I think is a perfect world. In my perfect world, everyone's needs are met. Everyone has enough food, enough water, and shelter. Okay, those are all for free, and electricity, all free, 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 free. All right, and if you want something more than that, you want like a bigger TV, you want some, like, something that, you want other things, like not needs, just like wants. And if you want to work and do that, go ahead, work. But if you don't want to work, since your needs are met, if you want to sit home and paint all day, or play in your garden all day, why not? Why shouldn't you be able to do that? This whole idea that we need to work ourselves to death every single day and then possibly retire for a couple of years and like not have to work before you die, that's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, I've never seen where that is a good system ever in my life. We are made to flourish. We should be joyful. We should be like basically skipping through our lives and singing and being happy and being loving. And and I really see that eventually we're going to get back to that. But we need to do a little work first. So with that being said, I'm just going to say thank you guys, for everybody, for being here, choosing to spend your time here, choosing to help heal others. It makes it means everything to me. I'm really honored that you like to hang out with me and listen to me. And I have a couple of hands left, so I'm going to go through the hands and then I'm going to close the space up. So AG, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention actually there's someone that was curious in here that Might Beast go. They're probably gonna try and DM you. They're gonna want some information on. I believe it was they wanted to get some detoxing done in regards to the mRNA and whatnot. I think that was it. But also, if you want to do it naturally, bromelain, nattokinase. That's pineapple, and there's Japanese uh, substance that is used to thin the blood naturally, and those two are very good. And also, Apothecary is very, very good with information. If you don't know where to go, she's great. Sage is also great, and I think that was kind of it. I just wanted to touch on those issues, and yeah, slide in one of those their DMs, and they'll be able to help you if you're really serious about your health and you want some information.
And the rind and the heart of the pineapple is where the bromelain is. So you need to eat the fibrous of the
The
pineapple,
core.
not the outside.
The core. Yes. So yes, to what AG said, my DMs are open. I'm willing to get on the phone with you, open a space, like whatever you want to do, just to have a chat about possible health concerns. I'm not an expert. I am not, I'm not even a practitioner of any sort, but I have done a lot of research and I can direct you with links and things. Yeah. So, and also, Apothecary with her great spaces on Sundays. And I know you can jump into her DMs and she was always willing to help you as well. And, on that note, if you're not following everybody in this space, make sure to follow everybody in this space because these are our brothers and sisters who are on the same healing journey as we are. There are many people in this space who do fantastic spiritual spaces. There's some that do health spaces. But basically, everybody, all 100 and something people in this space right now, are all on that same journey of just making, just becoming better, becoming, the better version of yourself, not competing with anybody in any way, because in my mind, there is no competition because we're all so unique and beautiful. That's something that we really, we look at the animal kingdom, we look at birds, we look at butterflies and animals, and we love them and revere them because they're so different and they're so unique and they're so beautiful. Well, why don't we look at people that way? You know, we're all so different and so unique and so beautiful. We're not the same. We don't look the same. We don't think the same, for the most part. We're all just unique, incredibly beautiful people, and we need to start seeing the beauty in each other, a little bit more. Looking for that. I sometimes, unfortunately, I can see, I can just like not like you. I can not stand you. I can like just not jive with you at all whatsoever. But I can still see something beautiful of you. I can still see something of that positivity in most people. And even though I might not like you, I might not jive with you, I love you. I love you, and I will do anything that I can to help you. And that's where we need to kind of get back to that, living out of our heart space instead of living out of our lower chakras and our fear spaces and our, and our guilt and all of that, all of those horrible emotions that we're carrying with us. It's time to let them go. It's time to leave that shit in the past. It's not serving you anymore. Just let that shit go. So with that, I'm going to say thank you, and I'm going to let Vacation speak and close up the space.
Let me get my mic on there.
Or is it? Oh, it's
How are
Vaction.
you?
Vaction. There you go.
Yeah.
How are you?
No, it's vacation 365.
Okay.
I've never worked a day in my life because I've always enjoyed what I did
There
at
you
work.
go.
And when it was bad and when I got burnt out, I quit and found something else to do. So, just a quick question. Before I forget, you want to follow somebody in the health? Um, there's a guy by the name of Kevin Rutherford, and he's friends with the Dr. Wolfson that I talked to you last week about. He has him on his show all the time. He does a Twitter space. He also has a webcam. He helps truckers. He's a former trucker. So you might want to follow him on Spaces, Kevin Rutherford. He has Dr. Barry and different people on his shows and different things. But I was a question: if if you're negative, do you try to get positive so you'll start eating right, or do you start eating right and then that positivity just comes natural?
I would
Question
definitely
for you.
say work on your head first. Yeah, work on your head first. Work on your, because when you're feeling like crap, you don't care about what you're eating. You know what I mean? You don't like I've had clinical depression my whole life, and I know I've been in some spaces where I couldn't get out of bed for weeks, and I couldn't give a crap about what I was eating. Like I didn't care about anything, right? So who's going to care,
All
right? So I would say start with some frequencies, start with some healing frequencies. There are great also subliminal messages that I found have really helped me. I was somebody who came from a lot of neglect when I was a kid, and I grew up as somebody who had very low self-esteem, who really didn't think very highly of myself. I was very very sad, very depressed person, and I grabbed at every healing modality I could get my hands on to try to kind of get myself into a better situation. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. And one thing that's real easy for me is when I start feeling a little kind of sort of way. I'm starting to feel a little down. I make sure that I'm grounding. I make sure that I get myself outside. I make sure that I get myself in that sunshine. That's really important. And then, like I said, there's a lot of frequencies, that is binaural beats, and there's subliminal messages that can help uplift your mood, that can make you feel a little bit better about yourself. And yeah, just you got to work on those things that are keeping you in that space. Those people who hurt you, that you need to maybe let that go. You need to forgive that person, right? And then when you start working on that stuff a little bit more, then the eating will come in. Just like, but one thing at a time. You can't change everything at once and expect to not fail, right? We've done things a
Yeah.
certain way for so many years, and for decades, even some of us, right? So when we want to change and
Yeah.
we want to make things better, we just got to take that one step. Like if you're dealing with depression, get out of bed and make your bed. Make your bed every day for a week, and then the next time make your bed, and then run the vacuum. Just like take baby steps, but just add in and do those things where there's like reward driven things, right? That you can kind of say, hey, yay, I had a bad day today, but at least I got the dishes done and I got the laundry done. And give yourself those yays, those kudos for just getting those like simple things done. I've had many weeks, many months in my life where my house was a disaster because I didn't give a crap about nothing. And like I said, when I started pulling myself up out of it, it's just doing those like one little thing at a time that you can like pat yourself on the back and say, look, I had a bad day, but I at least I got this done today, or I did that today, or just something. And like I said, my DMs are open, so if you want to have a longer conversation about this, I can send you links. I can send you suggestions. I can send you some frequencies, whatever you may need.
Um, it was just a question I put out there. It's kind of like the chicken become before the egg sort of thing. I was all down and out. Well, I wasn't down and out. I had kind of a fake positivity about myself when I had all my heart issues, pain all the time in the chest and everything. And for me, I said, I got to do something about this. And, I started looking at the health-wise. And when I started eating healthy, started really getting into it, that's when everything else went away. So it was kind of the reverse of what you're saying. I got healthy, and then the positivity just kind of came natural because I
Well,
felt
yeah.
better.
Well, I mean, if you make that conscious decision to start eating better, it's going to make you feel better. But I came from the point of
Yeah.
view, if you're depressed or not feeling well, the last thing that you're
Right.
going to worry about is like what you're putting in your body, because you just don't you don't give a shit. So that's where
Yeah.
I took it from that perspective. But thank you. I appreciate you coming up. It's the end of the space,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to close it out. But thank you.
Okay. See ya.
All right, y'all. So I was able to keep this at 4 hours. Ooh. So I'm trying to do a space at least once a week. If I can keep the spaces a little bit shorter, I'm going to try to do them maybe twice a week. So keep your eyes open, and of course I'll send you a DM if I decide to have another space. I think I might have another space possibly, I think Friday. Maybe we're going to shoot to do something on Friday. So yeah, so I'm going to try to do another space this week. So just keep your eyes open. I'll send out DMs. And again, thank you so much. I so appreciate you all hanging out. I appreciate all the knowledge that everyone shares. My goodness. I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff, but I don't know everything. And I love coming in these spaces and learning from people who are smarter than me. Yeah, so I'm gonna get going because I am getting really cranky and I'm getting really tired and I need to lay down because I also didn't sleep well last night because I had a cup of coffee at 4:30 and I could not freaking sleep last night. Getting old really sucks sometimes. All right, y'all. I love you so much and I will see you soon. Bye. Grand Rising, y'all. It's good to see you here today. So, just waiting a little bit. I got a request already. Waiting for just a few more people to come in so we can get this party started. I don't know if you've noticed. Yesterday, I posted a question about, what should we talk about in the space. We tend to do, we cover the same type of things. And I'm willing to talk about just about anything when it comes to health and wellness. I'm kind of a little bit of a health nut in that way. So if you have any questions or any suggestions, you want to throw them down in the bottom. If you want to grab a mic and come on up and say hello and ask your question, that would be wonderful. So we're just still waiting for a couple of people to join us. So if you feel called to share the room, send out some DMs to your friends, and let's get this party started. I don't plan on having a space longer than like about 3 hours today. I guess it's the weather change affecting me. My sinuses are a little funky today. So I'm doing the sniffy sneezy kind of thing. Neti potted this morning, and I still have this ice peck in the side of my head. So it could be sleeping with the windows open and the chemtrails. It could be the weather change. Who knows? But it's definitely not that fucking COVID bullshit. I'll tell you that much.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How are you today? Prodigal.
I'm good. Hang on, I'm good. I'm driving. Missed
Okay.
my button. Yeah, I had a real fun time coming into Hotlanta this morning. Round the loop, 75 mile an hour. Wrong. Coming out, not so much.
Oh, wow. Be
Wreck,
careful.
wrecks, wrecks and construction, and people got their thumb up their butt. But anyways, we made it out. We're headed up here to Tate, Georgia, to pick up a load of marble to go down to Florida. Or Florida. And I'm going to get to visit, and I don't know if you know her or not, but Ultra Lady Inspector, she lives in Ocala, and that's where I'm going to stop for the night. And her husband are taking me out to dinner.
Oh, how much fun. I love that. I love that people are starting to meet each other through these spaces. I think that's absolutely wonderful. I would love to meet. I'd love to have a meetup, like just a big old meetup, and have everybody just show up for a few days. I think that would be absolutely wonderful at some point. Yeah.
A few of my friends are going to do a cruise, and also another group are going to do a meetup in South Carolina.
Oh wow, that's cool. I love that. I love that. So grab some mics, guys. Come on up and talk to us. Grand Rising, Robin. I see you. Grand Rising, Ellie. Mike, how are you?
Grand
Good morning.
Rising.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, what?
Coming to you from
Good
Houston,
morning.
Texas. I would just like to tell you, Sage, that a little old wives' tale to help with hay fever, asthma. Buy natural honey that is grown and produced locally from the local flowers, the local fauna. It actually helps.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's a fantastic for your allergies. Absolutely wonderful. I don't know if you've been in these spaces before, but you are preaching to the choir. Everyone in this space is like-minded as far as natural remedies and healing ourselves. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Robin. Grand Rising. Are you covering your microphone? I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Try again, Robin. There
Okay,
you
I
are.
forgot I had my headset on, the one that you can't, that doesn't work when I talk. Anyway, I just wanted to say I got up this morning and I started harvesting some of my herbs before the real cold starts to kick in. And I was harvesting some sage and getting ready to dehydrate a lot of it, but I had a lot of it left over and I said, "You know what? Let me throw it in a pot with some boiling water and let it sit and steep and drink it as a tea." Now, I've never done that, and I looked up the benefits of sage for, like, as in a tea, and it's quite good, quite beneficial. You've got let's see, antioxidant properties. They help fight off free radicals, damaged cells in the body. It acts as a diuretic for your kidneys and liver and flushes toxins out, and it's loaded with vitamin A, calcium, potassium, magnesium. I mean, it's quite something. Something.
Add, add a couple of cinnamon sticks.
What, huh? Oh, cinnamon? Cinnamon stick.
Yes.
Well, I don't have any of those, but I do have cinnamon.
Either way, regular ground cinnamon is good too. But yeah, sage is amazing. It's also really great for menopausal symptoms like hot flashes and things. We talk about this all the time, how we have there are so many healing herbs just in our spice cabinet. And throw some in make a tincture. Throw some in a jar and cover it, go if it's fresh, you can pack that jar all the way up with fresh leaves and pour, some 80 100% 100 proof vodka over it, or I mean, vodka is basically the one that they use, but you could use any liquor, as long as it's a high proof. The higher the proof, the longer it's going to stay, the longer it's going to last. Like, I do my tinctures with 100 proof vodka. So if you get any tinctures from me, they're going to be good for about 5, 6 years. So that's the way to really preserve a lot of the herbs. Make that tincture. Absolutely, easy
So I
peasy.
wanted to ask you, I do tinctures, and when you had sent me the last tincture of wild lettuce with the fresh wild lettuce so that I could make my own, I did go and get vodka. But given the price of vodka, and I usually like to get the real clean stuff, um, I don't think I can keep doing that. So what is the
Well,
option?
I was doing that. I was buying like organic vodka, the cleanest vodka, and then I said, "You know what? This is ridiculous because I cannot afford to keep doing this." And then I started thinking about it like in the long run and like what it actually is. So when you're taking a tincture, you're actually taking like a quarter of a teaspoon. Like one dropper full is 30 drops, or it's like a quarter of a teaspoon. So it's such a tiny amount. I started saying, "You know what? It's not it doesn't need to be the cleanest, it doesn't need to be the the best, right?" So, when you're looking at like potato vodka, most of the time potatoes aren't really a heavily sprayed a crop. So that's not something that I'm really concerned with. So right now I'm trying to find more cost effective than anything. Like I said, if I were still drinking and I was drinking glasses of vodka, things like that, I would I'd be more concerned about whether or not it was organic. But now, like I said, because we're doing tinctures, we're doing like a little quarter of a teaspoon at a time. I'm not as concerned about it being organic, but I am more concerned about the higher proof. So I use I think it's called Bartlett's. It might be called Bartlett's. It's a fairly big container of vodka for about $20, and they have it on sale a lot. So that's the one that I use. And like I said, I did start with the organic, but it's just no, I can't. I would have to be charging double what I'm charging if I was using organic vodka at this point. So sometimes you got to weigh the pros and cons with that, right? And like I said, because you're taking such a small amount, it's not as important. The herbs that I'm using are organic. As much as I can buy organic, as much as they're available in organic, I will always buy organic. But like I said, the vodka, it's just potato vodka, and it's just such a small amount. I'm not really concerned about it being organic at this point.
I'm so excited to do thyme. I'm going to do thyme this year. I've never made a thyme tincture. And because during the cold season, I would usually buy it and add it to my honey when the kids get sick or I get sick. And it's so effective to help with the coughing. So I'll definitely be doing that this fall. But
Oh, I
thank you.
love that. So let's talk about those. Okay, so like I said, the best way to preserve your herbs would be put them in a tincture, put them in a vodka tincture or an alcohol tincture. Another way you can preserve them is putting them in apple cider vinegar. Doing herbal apple cider vinegars are absolutely wonderful. It's a really great way of getting the properties from the herbs in the vinegar. I use apple cider vinegar mostly, on salads and things. That's my go-to vinegar. Like, that's the one I'm always grabbing. So, other than fire cider, when you put all the things in and you let it steep for a certain amount of time, you can do thyme vinegar, you can do rosemary vinegar, you can do sage vinegar. There are so many different ways to go about that. And then you can do honey as well. Do a little thyme honey. I'm about to do some black seed. I have some black seed. I'm going to ground it up and I'm going to throw it in some honey. I'm going to make my y'all hanging out. I appreciate all the knowledge